What's in it, man, huh? Peace, peace, Bella. Glad you can come back. Chief Samuel, what's happening? Chief Samuel, what's happening? Peace, what's happening, y'all? Hold on, I'm trying to get my back. So bad. Is my sound good? Is my sound bad? Yeah, they sure was playing with me. For real, they sure was playing with me, man. We good though. Mic check 1 2 1 2. We straight. Heard the question? Nah, I ain't hear the question. Y'all asked me something? I don't know what that was about. They probably know what I'm about to break down to y'all. They probably already know what I'm about to break down to y'all. Said it might be time to go. I can't go back to the other page. My other page got a account ban warning on it. That's why we on this one. They gave me 2 account ban warnings in 1 month. So that's why we on this one. Oh, okay. So we got sound. The sound good. The live straight though. We good. We back. Alright. If y'all can like the live, share the live for me. If y'all hands are free, let everybody know that we back. The Two Babylons by Alexander. Save that book. Just DM it to me. Just DM it to it, hippie. I said now, black woman or black woman. Peace, peace. I'm just gonna call you Black. Peace, peace, Black. Peace, peace. We about to dive back into a Gnostic breakdowns, y'all. Just give it 1 second. Let everybody catch back up. What's happening, Courtney? Peace, peace. Peace. We diving back into a Gnostic breakdowns. Not the movies, but I'm about to teach y'all more about a Gnosticness. For those who don't know, right? For those who don't know, we're going to put y'all up on game about a Gnostics, right? Appreciate it. So, we're going to learn the difference between early Christians, original Christians, and we're going to learn the difference. Appreciate that. And we're going to learn the difference between modern Christians, right? But first, we got to start at the beginning, okay? We got to start at the beginning. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and kick things off. For those who come in late, we'll fill them in. But we're going to go ahead and kick stuff off while everything's running smooth. You feel me? So without further ado, let's get into these Gnosticness. Let's get into our Gnosticness. All right. So first, all right, we're going to start with this, right? What's happening, Big Rico? Peace, peace. Can y'all hear me? Mic check 1 2 1 2. The live good? We're going to start here with the Gnosticness, right? We're going to start here because we got to learn how Yazabov or Yadaboth, how did he become so-called Jesus in the Gnostic breakdowns, right? How did he become Jesus, right? Anybody remember who Yadaboth is? If your hand's free, if you're not at work. Okay, Sophia said, cool. What's that in B-Town? Peace. Offspring of Sophia. Okay, cool, right? Demiurge. So, let's begin. Who is Yaldabaoth? For those who don't know, right? In a Gnostic cosmology, Yaldabaoth is the Demiurge, a blind, arrogant being created as a byproduct of Sophia's fall, right? She fell from the pleroma, or the divine realm, right? He is not the monad, or the true source, but he is a copycat, a builder of illusionary material realms. And he also proclaims that I am God and there is no other, right? This is what he says. He says it plenty of times inside the Bible, right? So, now, hold on. I feel like I skipped something. Okay, yeah, I did. So, he says that I am God and there is no other, revealing, right? Revealing his arrogance and ego, right? It revealed his arrogance and ego. What's that in? She in the building. Peace. So now, let's go ahead and jump into it, right? Early Christianity versus Roman control. Because we got to learn the difference, right? Gotta learn the difference when we breaking down the Gnosticism. So you can see the world through new lenses, right? So, early Christianity versus Roman control. Now, let's stop right there. Do y'all remember when I covered this book? Well, I don't know who I was in here, but y'all remember when I covered this book called Miscegenation of a Blending of Races? When we learned that all religions, early ancient religions, come from the Afro-Asiatics. Y'all remember we learned that? If y'all don't remember that, or if y'all wasn't here, just let me know, because I can flash back to the book, read it for y'all, and then we can jump back to this, because y'all have to understand something. All right, you have to understand something, okay? Especially when we talking about early Christianity versus Roman control, right? You gotta understand this. All right, y'all, hold on real quick. It said go ahead and refresh it. Okay, hold on. Let me go. Hold on. The live is not tripping. I'm changing my background. All right. Okay. So, yeah, I gotta make that known on TikTok, man. I gotta make that known. So check it out. So if y'all want to screenshot that 111 on the clock, we all in here synchronized. So if y'all want to screenshot this, you can get this book from archives.org. Hold on, let me close my door. All right. If y'all want to screenshot this, you can get this book from archives.org. All right, archives.org. It's called The Miscegenation, the Theory of Blending of Races, Applied to American White Man and Negro. This book was published in 1864. Y'all let me know if y'all got the screenshot for those who screenshotting. What's happening, Lou? Peace. Wah. All right. The Miscegenation, the Blending of Races, Applied to American White Man and Negro, right? Published in 1864. Right? Y'all let me know when y'all get this screenshot. Archives.org. Because I want y'all to understand something when we get into this. All right? Everybody got it? All right. Archives.org. All right. Flipping the page. All right. Flipping the page. All right. We're flipping the page, right? So now when we flip the page, what's happening? Peace. What's that wise when he said, peace, my brother conscious. You know the term YT was applied to us landowners? Not really. No, when you go to the Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, it tells you what the status white was applied to. Whites was applied to melanated Celtic people, Moorish inhabitants, Sephardics, and just melanated Europeans. They didn't call American Indians white. So if you have white in your family tree, they're more likely Sephardic or Moorish in nature. All right. So I mean, in a way you're right, but if you're saying that they call American Indians white in status, that's not true. They always called us colored or Negroes. But you're not wrong, but it's the wrong. And some of us do have Moorish and Sephardic ancestors, right? So some of us do have that. So, you know, it all depends on your family tree. But my people was never called white for real, unless they was like my Irish or my Moorish ancestors. But let's get back into it though real quick, right? Because I want y'all to understand something. So when we flip the book, right, and we break down religions, it says that it is a curious fact that all Asians or the YT race, which of late years has irrigated itself, right, irrigated to itself all the civilization's extent, has never yet developed a religious faith of their own, right? So stop. He's telling you that YT people, or Asians, never created a religious faith of their own. Keep that in mind. Let the reader peruse any work upon religious creeds, and he will find that the whole human family derived their ideas of deities and of the great hereafter from the earlier and darker races. It is enough to mention Brahmanism, Buddhism, Mohammedanism, Judaism, and Christianity to illustrate our meaning, right? They telling you that Christianity was created by darker races, right? Not the YT people, huh? Just drop down. Just drop down. The old YT inhabitants of Europe were not able to commence their civilization from their own interior resources, but were thrown into that career by the example and the aid of more southern darker people whose climate was more favorable. The YT race have originated nothing. All right? The YT race have originated nothing, right? These archons never created nothing. What's that, Angelica? Right? Remember what we learned about Yazaboff and archons? They can't create. They can only imitate and copy. Listen, these YT people never originated nothing. These archons. They have improved upon many things, right? Copy and refurbished. They are intellectual. They are artistic. That's true. And they are scientific. I ain't going to take nothing from them. Because when you underestimate your enemy, that's when you lose. So I ain't going to take nothing from them. They are intelligent. They are artistic. And they are scientific. Just in a low vibrational type of way. Right? So in whatever relates to the material, they are at home. Who is these archons? Right? The archons and Yazaboff, they deal with the material, right? So in whatever relates to the material, they are at home, right? These archons, these Yazaboffs, right? Yazaboff children, okay? But the glories of the unseen world, the deeper mysteries of the human soul, the relations of humanity to the omnipotent, the revelations of the hereafter, all there is of aspirations of religious truth we learned from the darker Asiatic races. Hey, real quick, y'all, if y'all can write in the comments, who is the darker Asiatic races? Do y'all know? Because they telling you that Christianity, Brahmanism, Mohammedanism, original Judaism, all of these things was created by the darker Afro-Asiatics. Who is the dark Afro-Asiatics, y'all? Y'all let me know something. If y'all can engage, it helps the algorithm. If you can engage, it helps the algorithm. But who is the darker Asiatic races? Let me see where y'all knowledge at real quick. Who is the darker Asiatic races? Because they said the darker Asiatic races created all the original religions. I would say the hidden hand people. Hippie said Denisovans. West Side said we the people. Is it the boards or us? I mean, let's keep reading real quick. Let's answer that question on the next page. Let's answer that question. Let's answer that question on the next page. Right. Let's answer this question. Who are the darker Asiatics? So, let's flip the page, right? Let's keep going. So, the idea of the white race, the angels of our painters, the imaginary Christ of our sculptors and the artists is not the perfect idea of manhood. The true idea of man can only be reached by blending the type man and woman of all races of earth. The highest conception of physical beauty possessed by the Negro, the Moor, the Asiatic. So when I ask who is the darker Afro-Asiatics, y'all should have said us. When I say who is the darker Asiatics, the answer is us. Whether you an American Indian, whether you a Moor, whether you an original Denisovan, not the hybrid ones that they show y'all, whether you are Southeast Asian, whether you a Buddhist, they was all created by us. Melanated people of Sophia. We are the darker Asiatics. Alright? So who created Christianity? about to throw a curveball. So who created Christianity? Was it an entire design piece? If we just learned that original Christianity was created by the darker Afro-Asiatics who created Christianity, who created original Mohammedanism. Now, somebody said us, said us facts. I said the dirty boys because they are different from the murders. No, they not. The murders and the Moors are the same people. I don't know who been teaching y'all that on this app, but murders and Moors are the same people. I don't know who been teaching y'all that, but that is not true. That is false. And whoever teaching y'all that, you need to go into the live and tell them to come holler at me, and I debate people on that. You know, I ain't with all that debating shit, but I would debate people on this more shit because I know my shit and I know where I come from. Moors and murders are the same people. All y'all doing is just changing the pronunciation to tomato tomato. That's all you doing. Moors are inhabitants of Mauritania. Mauritania, right? And they are murders or Mauritanians. They were just called Moors because that's how Germanic and British people pronounce the word, right? Black Moors, Moors, murders, Indians, we're all the same people. We all descend from South America, from the Olmecs, the Mayans, the Levantes, and the Incas. Right? The digging into religion, it proves all this. Because the reason why I'm trying to get y'all to understand that we created the original religions. The difference between modern religion and what we created a long time ago is that ours is called a Gnosticism. Okay? Listen. When we created the original religion, it was a Gnosticism. Because early Christians were Gnostics. They believed and they taught that God is within, the kingdom is within, right? They taught about Yahzabah and the Demiurges. They wrote about it. Listen, peep game. So the highest conception of physical beauty possessed by the Negro, the Moor, by the Asiatics, is a model man and woman after their own race. The Negro's Venus is black. The Horus and gods are so-called black. The vanity of Hindus is of the color of his own people, black. The great spirit of the American Indians. If any color is copper color, and so through all the world, the highest conception of beauty and perfection is the noblest specimen of each particular community. And we are the descendants of this community, right? We are the descendants of this community. So now, let's get into early Christianity versus Roman control, so you can learn the difference. Okay. Hey, I can't see who bought a book, but I appreciate any. I appreciate whoever bought a book. Man, I hope you enjoy Uh, it's filled with a lot of information, man. Thank you for the support. If anybody want to grab a copy of my book, Reclaiming Our Consciousness Part 2, the link is in the bio. We talk about a lot about this, and we break a lot about this down inside the book. A lot of stuff I can't talk about on TikTok, so it is inside the book. So I appreciate all the support and the love, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So now, Roman control, right? So early Gnostics, remember, early Christians, original Christians that was created by us, darker Afro-Asiatics. We were early Gnostics. We taught that the true God, the monad, was beyond the material, and that so-called Jesus or Christ consciousness was the agnostic liberator, a spark from the divine realm sent to awaken us. But after centuries of Roman persecution of agnostic sects, early Christians, Constantine, Roman Empire hijacked Christianity from the darker Asiatics in 325 AD at the Council of Nicaea. Here, the Roman Empire officially constructed a state religion that merged elements of paganism, agnostic stories, and political control. How did you lose one of your religions that you created? Right? They corrupted it and gave it back to you. That's why it seems familiar, but you know something is off. Right? Right? When a lot of us grew up, it seemed familiar, but we knew something was off. This is why we quite didn't really get you can go to archives.org, right? It's a book called Roman Invention of Jesus. And there's a book about Flavius Josephus and the Peace of Family, right? Go get those books. You break a lot of this down too as well, right? So let me catch up in the comments. I ain't know y'all was I ain't know y'all was getting it in down here. What's happening today? Peace, peace. I'm gonna murder bloodline and my genealogy. Okay. Shout out to you. Said, what about the murders? That's still a more. Y'all just spelling it different. M-U-U-R, M-U-I-R, M-O-H-R, M-O-O-R-E, M-O-O-R-I-S, Morris. They're all the same. They're all the same. It's just a lot of them was in different regions, so their accents was different, right? A person in Britain who says more is not going to sound like a person in Germany who says murr. You know what I'm saying? And they not going to sound like the Dutch. You know, the more they, you know, the more this. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to sound like the Dutch. But all of these are the same people. It's just people are letting language and spelling confuse them, right? This is why I say tomato, tomato, right? Whether you say tomato, you say tomato, whether you say pecan and you see pecan, we're talking about the same thing. So I want to just understand that they're the same people. They're the same people. The dirty more, if y'all want the dirty moors are Arabs, right? If y'all want to know that, when you talk about dirty moors, those are and dramatic people who conquered England or not England at that time, but they conquered Britain, right? The ancient Britain was controlled by the ancient Moors, right? So the dark skin and the white skinned dramatic tribes of the Anglo-Saxons, right? These are your dirty Moors and your little hat people and your Z Nation folks and your archons, right? This is why they're called the germ mans, and they are parasites. People gang, don't let it go over your head. This is why the Moors of Germany was fighting them in Germany, right? People gang. All right. People gang. People gang. Let me catch up in the comments, though. Let me catch up in the comments. Peace. Peace. It said Romans created Christianity, but original Old Testament is Hebrew. One is righteous, the other one is unrighteous. Duality. What's happening? Peace, peace, peace. Because there are a lot of contradictions in the book they released to us facts. I would definitely check it out. I would definitely check it out. The northern and southern kingdoms are still separated. The American Indian is the Roman Catholic conquered Jerusalem. Then after by belief, we were controlled. Okay. Appreciate that subscription. Appreciate that subscription. Say yes, I'm tired of arguing with people. It's the same people. You ain't gotta fixed boards is white. Yeah, because they whitewash everything. Facts, facts. Shout out to everybody that's in here. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Greetings, greetings. What's happening, Plum? Yeah, so you don't have to argue with people on this. You just have to give people books, right? You can give them, if y'all really want to know more history, because a lot of people are just noble jewelry believers, right? They don't really know history, right? A lot of people aren't really woke to being an Israelite because they won't put down the King James Bible and pick up a Torah and pick up a Gnostic books like real Israelites did and wrote, right? So, if y'all want to know real information about a lot of shit, again, you can get Egyptian, you can get Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx, you can get Children of Mu, you can get Atlantis, the antediluvian world. You can get the lost histories of America. You can get the eclipses. Not my eclipses, but if y'all want to get my ebook called Eclipses of America, y'all can too, link in the bio. But in archives.org, there's two books called Eclipses, right? Eclipses 1 and Eclipses 2. It teaches you about the Black Buddha, etc., etc. You know what I'm saying? Um, it teaches you that the Israelites were, of course, black. The Egyptians, the Egyptians, the Israelites, the Chaldeans, the Druids, the American Indians, the Moors. All of these people are the same people. They just was split up. This is why there's pyramids everywhere, right? Because it's the same people, same culture, same spiritual practice, same everything. The only thing that's making us separate is the pseudo mainstream history and a lot of other motherfuckers who's regurgitating the bullshit, right? That's confusing everybody, which is key. Uh, you can get what else? You can get Sephardic Jews, exile from Spain. You can get Moors, exile from Spain. There's plenty books on this, right? There's plenty books on this. Plenty, 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 plenty books, right? And me, a lot of people on this app don't really like when I say this shit, but I don't really care. Um, and me, I'm not saying this for clicks and views, but I really was raised by a more. You know, my grandfather, who is still living, he is 85 years old. He comes from Germany, right? He is German. My ancestors, his ancestors were Moors, right? He taught me a lot of more stuff that you ain't gonna find in books. You know what I'm saying? Um, and how they ended up in Germany is because we were a long time ago during the Arab slavery. My people started off on my granddaddy's side. My people started off in North Africa slash Iberia, right? They were part of the Amazigh Berbers, as you call them today. They were conquered, they was enslaved, they got sent to fight with the Ottoman Empire, Turks, as soldiers, and some that won their freedom or escaped or whatever. They went to Germany, and you know my family been there all the way up until my granddaddy was born. I still got cousins and shit over there. Um, I got family heirlooms. I got all type of stuff that he passed down to me. You know, I just don't wear them. You know, because a lot of that stuff is it's kind of dangerous to wear out in public and stuff, right? A lot of stuff ain't for the public. So trust me, these are the same people, right? People don't know the difference between dirty Moors and good Moors because they don't know how to separate. Right? When you talk about dirty Moors, you're talking about Caucasians, right? Turks are Caucasians, right? Right? You talk about Arabs. Arabs are Caucasians, right? So those are the dirty Moors. Okay, so it's a difference between Berbers, Amazigh, Turdics, Sephardics, and Germanic motherfuckers. But that's all I'm gonna say. So just keep going though. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going. And I don't want to steer too far because we talking about a Gnostic system, right? So, and they all come from America. They all come from America. You know, a lot of people don't want to admit it because, you know, they're dirty. But Moors come from America. They come from South America. There's there's Berber tribes that still carry their American Indian tribe names today. And if they didn't come from America, why do they got American Indian tribe names? Why do the Berbers' ancient writings and alphabets look like Phoenician? And the same Phoenician is found in America, right? So, come on, man. Peep game. Peep game. The deluge happened, the flood happened, people left and migrated. It's, it's not rocket science. People just gotta remove their ego for a better understanding. What's that in the book of Johnson? Peace, peace. So just getting into it though. So now the Vatican rule, right? The builders of Yazab's church, right? The Atticans became the earthly seat of the Demiurge system. is why they took all the women out of history. They took down all the women statues. They took out all the women out of the books. This is why they demonized and crucified the women, because they wasn't. So the reason why they was crucifying women the most, right? Because the women is the symbol of the divine wisdom, Sophia spark, when they're vibrating high. Now, when they vibrating low, thinking that they Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B and shit, right? I'm talking about when they vibrating high, they are the symbols of Sophia, the divine wisdom, right? So they destroyed the feminine wisdom, and they start turning all women masculine. Deep game. So they remove the reincarnation teachings, right? They erase divine spark knowledge, and they turn Jesus from an Gnostic liberator into a sacrifice savior under a fearful God, Yazabah. Alright, y'all with me so far? I don't lose nobody. Right? I don't lose nobody. We good. Alright? Right? So they inverted everything pretty much. Right? They inverted everything. The Jesus identity was inverted. No longer the one who taught a Gnosticism or awakening, right? The Jesus identity was inverted. No longer the one who taught a Gnosticism and awakening. Okay, we see that. We see that. I appreciate you for being invested. get back to the spirituality. We can't just be saying we Indians without a spirit. We godless people right now. So we gotta return to God. So now, so now when we start getting into the Roman creation of Jesus, right? Remember, I told you can go to the archives.org, get the book called The Roman Invention of Jesus. And it really breaks down how they created Jesus. Flavius Josephus, Rapid, modern Christians are Serapis worshippers who is Yazabov. You know, a lot of people got, you know, Yazabov tatted on their chest with a Bible scripture. A lot of people walking around with Yazabov on their neck, talking about the Jesus peace. You know, a lot of people got Yazabov for Serapis inside their house right now, and they just painted him black. No matter if you turn them white or black, they're still Yazabov for Serapis. Right? So peep game. Alright, peep game, peep game. Okay. You said I'm tired using that term Indian. Everybody Indian who ain't hot yet. I mean, shit, everybody's everybody right now. This is why I teach more on the spirit now. I don't really, so when you know, over here on my platform, I teach history and I teach all that good stuff, but my main focus is on psychological fear, solid weapons required. You feel me? Um, how they hijacked everything, consciousness. Uh, I like quantum physics, metaphysics. You know, we talk about stuff like this and everything. Why? Because the spirit is important, right? Anybody can be anybody. is illusion, right? But one thing a person can't copy or fake is a soul. So with me personally, I don't believe in race over here. I'm not like most content creators in the so-called Indian community, which I'm trying to like distance myself a little bit, but I'm not like a lot of them. I don't see race. I don't see skin color. I'm not gonna say you're not indigenous because your skin is pale, and I'm not about to say no eugenical shit like that, right? You might be. I don't know your ancestor. I don't know your grandma. You know what I'm saying? Light skinned people with straight hair can be indigenous. Cause we, cause being shit, we all come. See, here's the contradiction that I don't like with the Indian community, right? These niggas are sit here and say that melanated women have the E gene and everybody come from her. But in the same breath, when it comes to a light skin, straight hair motherfucker saying they Indian, now motherfuckers not that. Like, we ain't got light skin, straight hair motherfuckers inside our community in the ghettos. The fuck is different from them? And I ain't about to go into it. It's a lot of contradiction, and niggas just became racist and eugenics over time around that motherfucker. So I gotta distance myself, right? Because it ain't about your skin complexion. These niggas don't care about your skin complexion. Race don't exist. There's no such thing as white people, black people. Race is a social construct that was created by these archons to cause division. When you look up the definition of race, it literally tells you the great division of man. Right? So they are already telling you the purpose of this creation of race to divide man, right? The only reason why they want to keep everybody divided is because those with the divine spark, when we unite, we bring the Messiah. The Messiah is now one person in a Gnostic they teach that the Messiah is a collective. When you wake up and you become spiritual, and you start learning about universal laws and shit, you start learning about the collective, the law of divine oneness, polarities, as above, so below, as within, so without, right? So you start learning all this type of shit, right? Peak game, right? So come on, man. So they wanna divide us to stop the rise of the Messiah. The rise of the Messiah is when all of us are elevated to our highest frequency in Christ consciousness starts to rise again, which is symbolizing Sophia, the divine wisdom, which then brings the monad, the all great source, which is what they're scared of. So this is why they created FBI, created COINTEL to prevent the rise of the what? Melanated Messiah, or the melanated consciousness. So this is why they work overtime to keep you divided. This is why they work overtime to keep you brainwashed. This is why they work overtime to create false narratives to make you scared of your brother and sister. And this is why they work overtime for a lot of shit. The most oppressed people in America is the most influential people, meaning that you have that divine spark, which is called the soul. Once we wake up, everybody else wakes up, but it has to start here first, because America is the holy land that they never told you, and black Americans are the holy people who forgot that they was told you that motherfucker sunk. You've been living in Atlantis this whole time, and my ass is from Atlanta. Alright, right there by the Atlantic. You've been in Atlantis this whole time. They lied to you to keep you docile. They don't want us to unite. I be on TikTok, I'm telling you the worst thing that most of these social media hate is when you talk about unity. These niggas don't care about nothing else. You can get on here and do all type of low vibrational shit, but as soon as you start talking about unity, they pull you. Why? Why they don't want you to unite, man? Why they got you brainwashed to think independent and I could do this shit myself and fuck the world? Come on, bro, you stressing your damn self out. The more we don't work together, the more stress we become. We are designed to work together. We are the monad broken up into different little peoples. We are organically and naturally made to unite. We just don't know how to break the spell. And I'm telling you, to break the spell is you gotta invert everything that they inverted. You did not come from slaves. That is bullshit. Yes, I said it and I'm gonna keep saying it. You didn't come from slaves. A large part of colonial history was written by the Vatican. America Vespucci never existed. Columbus never existed. They didn't send explorers, they sent missionaries and Jesuits. All right. genealogy is key because most of us ain't never found the fucking slave. And because we ain't never found the slave, it matches what white Americans be telling us. Well, I ain't never owned no slave. Why should I pay for slavery? My people never owned slaves. That's because 80% of white Americans descend from Ellis Island. They came after slavery. These niggas wasn't even here doing slavery. That's why their ancestors never owned slaves. So if these niggas never owned slaves and they got here after Ellis Island, then what the fuck is slavery in colonial times for real? Come on, man. If we gonna say the government is lying to us, then yes, own up to it. They lied to us about everything else except for slavery and Jesus, my G. Come on, bro. Stop playing. Stop playing. They definitely lied to you about slavery and Jesus. But I'm gonna teach you why though. Alright, I'm gonna teach you why. Shout out to everybody that's in here, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Sorry for the background. It's raining a little bit. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Reason why they said Atlanta sucks is because it's under admiralty exactly Booker Johnson. When they say Atlantis sunk, that is metaphorically and allegorically. It didn't actually sink. Facts. 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 You feel me? So yes, get back into how they corrupted your religion for sure. Because early Christians and Christianity was created by darker Afro-Asiatics, because early Christians were Gnostics. This is why they was going against Rome, who was trying to push Yazbal in modern Christian, but the Sephardics, who were Gnostics, was going against them. This is why they was persecuted. Listen. So Serapis is the false Jesus, and a lot of people got Serapis around their chains and their house tattooed on them and shit with a nice little Bible scripture. That's a funny little inside joke for me when I be seeing people with it. So Serapis, the false Jesus, okay? Rome fused Egyptian Greek deity Serapis with traits of Yazbal to create a sanitized, whitewashed savior figure. Early depictions of Jesus bore more resemblance to Serapis, bearded, sun hollowed, European appearance, right? This image colonized the world through conquest and missionary work. Conquest and missionary work, right? Jesuits. Your first Jehovah's Witness. Them boys came over to the Indians and was like, have you heard about the second coming of our Lord and Savior? Well, it wasn't Jesus because the J was invented then. So the Lord and Savior, y'all the The niggas was like, nah, talk to me. Eating that shit up. Right. So, you said, who is Serapis? Serapis is an Egyptian Greek deity who have attributes and traits of Yazabah because he is Yazabah, right? He is a hybrid man-made creation. He's not even a real pantheon deity. It's some shit that they created, right? They just they just put Yazabal, some serpents, like a goddamn a European head, some Baphomet shit. I think some hooves on this nigga, and it was like, yeah, this is what we gonna worship, right? So he's not even a real pantheon deity. He's some shit that they made up, right? That's it. So flipping the page, man. Shout out to everybody that's in here, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. If y'all new to the page and y'all like the content, go ahead and hit that plus button so you be notified every time I go live. We do this every day and every night. If you a night owl, you be vamping, right? So I appreciate y'all for tuning in. So just keep going though. Just flip the page. Just flip the page. Flip the page. Yes, break this shit down because Christianity was yours at first, right? Christianity was yours at first. So the inversion, right? It's getting into the inversion, right? So after they invented the Jesus or Serapis, right? Here comes the inversion. So Jesus becomes the mask, right? The quote unquote Jesus pushed by the church is not the original Christos of Gnosis. He is not the original Christ consciousness of knowledge. He became a mask of Yahweh, war to dominate, worship, right? Make you obey, make you feel guilt and submission. All right. And for those who don't know what all right. And the crazy thing is, inside the Bible, there's a Bible scripture on in Second Corinthians chapter 11, verse 14, and it tells you, oh, Satan. See, he didn't say Lucifer, they said Satan. Because Lucifer and Satan are two different people. Lucifer is a light bearer, meaning knowledge bringer, wisdom bringer, right? Sophia energy, right? So Satan is adversary or enemy, which can be anything. Your government, a nigga who wanna fight you in the street, adversary, enemy, right? So inside Second Corinthians chapter 11, verse 14, it tells you, and no wonder, for Satan, y'all the ball, masquerades as the angel of light. Right? Inside this matrix, Yazabah or masquerades as the angel of light. Right? Inside this matrix, Yazabah or vibrational beings, they don't come to you as their original low vibrating self. They always come to you as a helping hand. Right? They always come to y'all friendly and you smiling faces. Oh, no traces. You feel me? Niggas be coming with smiling faces and shit, right? Yazabah, archons, demiurges, right? They say that no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as the angel of light. Yazabah. All right. This why you was scared when you used to spend the night at your grandmama's house? Because she had Yaldabaoth on her wall. It's okay. My grandma had Yaldabaoth on her wall too. You know, we all grew up to it. But now we know better. You feel me? But this why you was feeling creeped out in grandmama's house, because Yaldabaoth ass was watching you on the wall and shit. You know what I'm saying? You talking about some Jesus. But anyway, just get back to it though. So, now, he becomes a mask. Right? He becomes a mask. Right? The true Christ consciousness or Jesus taught that the kingdom is within you. And it's crazy because inside the Bible, Jesus tell you that, right? Like, see, when you read the Bible, you got to understand that you have the original person talking and you have an archon pretending to be that person talking. This is why you got two Genesis stories, right? You got Yahshua, Hosea in the Old Testaments, and you got this new Jesus who's impersonating Christ consciousness in the New Testaments, right? So it's a lot of that going on, right? But the Christ consciousness inside the Bible literally told you that the kingdom of heaven and God is within you. Ye are gods, right? But Yazabov is telling you that the kingdom is up, hell is down, that shit hot, that shit gonna burn you. How is hell gonna burn energy? See, they make you think that your physical body gonna be in hell, you gonna be burning. Oh, come on, bro. When you pass away, you become energy again. Energy, fire is energy. If anything, hell is gonna add to the energy. So that didn't even make sense when they tried to spook you into that, because most people is only spooked by hell and the concept of hell. That's the only reason why they are programmed the way they program, because they think they're going to be sent to the fiery pit below. But anyways, let's keep going. Hold on. So now, the true Christ consciousness taught you that the kingdom is within you. The false Jesus, right? The true Jesus, the false Jesus, right? The false Jesus, Yazabov tells you to obey me or burn. Right? The false Jesus, Yazabov say, obey me or burn. The true Jesus of Christ consciousness is like, hey, the kingdom is within you, bro. You ain't gonna burn. This nigga tripping. Peep game. You gotta learn how to read it. So let's get to the global deception real quick. Let's understand the global deception. Shout out to everybody that's in here, man. I hope y'all enjoying the live. Y'all enjoying the live so far? It's very eye-opening. Y'all learning something? I don't want to be on here talking for my health and y'all ain't learning nothing. Peace, peace. Shout out to everybody that's in here. All right, what's happening, Anthony? I ain't see you come in. Peace, peace, man. Peace. Kush and coffee in the morning. You know how we get down. All right, very open and fast. Kush and coffee at the border. What's that? Oh, peace, peace. So now, the global deception through empire, as we break down, right? This is why I showed y'all this that book, right? Hold on, because they trying to slow me down. Right, they trying to slow me down, right? So this is why I showed y'all this book called Miscegenation, the theory of blending of races, right? Because it breaks all this down and you can get it inside the archives.org, right? So the global deception through empires. Rome and later the Vatican used Christianity, right? The new Christianity, right? After they didn't hijack it, did what they did, now they got the new modern Christianity, right? So Rome and later the Vatican used Christianity to colonize indigenous lands, destroy ancestral cosmologies, especially African and American empires, right? Because they are connected. Implant fear-based religion and suppress divine inner truth. The God they spread is Yazabov in disguise, the great manipulator of times, histories, and soul. Because if they tell you that Satan is the greatest manipulator, what makes you think he ain't manipulate you since birth? He been down here constructing the matrix way before you was even thought of. What makes you think that you ain't born into it? Everything around you is fear-based. This is how you know you are inside Yazabov's matrix that he constructed. Everything around you, the media, the movies, is trauma-based. You know what I'm saying? The movies is trash now. Especially in black cinema. Inside black cinema, it's shit so trauma-based. Everybody's either a dope boy, black woman having a hard time, single motherhood, you know, the black man being wrongfully accused. It's always, or some slave shit. It's always some trauma-based shit. Why can't we create black cinemas that talk about all the inventions and the inventors that created? Why can't we create black movies that talk about pyramids and the Gnostics and esoterics and some shit that's gonna uplift you? Why we gotta create music and movies that is archonic in nature, low vibrating, and does no justice? That's because they hijacked our culture. They hijacked our culture. They changed our frequency. They inverted our perception, and now we can't even see reality. Because fear is false evidence appearing real, an illusion. Your matrix is an illusion that's driven by fear. The moment we stop being scared, the moment they lose all power. I promise you. The moment we stop being scared is the moment they lose all power. As long as we scared, timid, docile, deaf, dumb, and blind, they gonna keep doing what they doing. See, it ain't even about your skin complexion. It ain't even about you being an Indian. It's about your divine spark, your soul. They don't care for money because they create money. They don't care for a lot of this shit that you think they care about. They don't care about you reclaiming your nationality because they took it they made you think they took it. Can't nobody take shit from you. Can't nobody take your soul from you. Can't nobody take your nationality from you. Can't nobody take your culture from you. Can't nobody take shit from you. They can make you think. But they don't have that power. You have more power than these archons and Yaldabaoth himself. You just forgot because they erased your memory. The first time they erased your memory is when you hopped out the womb and they stuck you with them jabby jabs. You feel me? That was your first neuralizing. They told you immunization shots, but I call it neuralization shots. And that's what they gave me. But I ain't gonna go too deep on that. I'm on TikTok. So just keep going though, man. Shout out to everybody that's in here. So now, what does all this got to do with black Americans? Because I know y'all see it at the bottom. I know y'all see it at the bottom. Some of y'all was like, man, I can't wait till he get to this shit right here, right? So, no wonder why I felt weird in church. I'm gonna get to why you felt weird in church. I broke that down too. I'm gonna get to why you felt weird in church, because all of us had that same feeling, because we all connected. We are all connected, and we had that same feeling, right? So peep game. What's happening, Flex? Peep game. Shout out to everybody that's in here, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. All right. So what does this got to do with black Americans, right? So black Americans in the hidden truth, what they really don't want to know or want you to know, because you got to look at it through a Gnostic lens in that surface level. So enslaved Africans, who we know are Moors and Sephardics, right? Because we did our history, we did our research, we got the books, we got the genealogy. We know that these so-called enslaved Africans in this transatlantic narrative that they gave you, these are Sephardics and Moors being exiled from Europe, okay? So these enslaved Sephardics and Moors carried ancestral gnosis, knowledge, inner knowing, soul, knowledge, and the Sophia currently, or Sophia's lettuce. Peep game. I'm sorry that y'all missed Sophia's lettuce. But the Vatican system sought to suppress the original Christ consciousness and implant a false savior, Yaldabaoth Serapis. But the spark, the monad, cannot be unalive but only hidden, right? Only hidden. Understand that. Before we keep going, it can only be hidden. And they hid it from you in plain sight. So, key clues that expose the lie. The agnostic truth, right? Agnostic truth. Church doctrines, Jesus equals gnosis. The awakener, Jesus is the sacrificial lamb, God within monad. God is external, judging. Sophia equals divine feminine wisdom. Sophia is erased, demonized, and reincarnated as evil. But all of this is the soul's journey of one life, judgment, divine spark, and everyone, only believers are saved. All right? Only believers are saved. Okay? Oh, we gonna keep going. We ain't done. Hold on. So, the final word on this section before we let it breathe real quick. Yaldabaoth didn't become Christ consciousness, or what you call Jesus, by merit. He stole the role through deception. The Vatican helped craft a phantom timeline where the oppressors become God and the victims become villains. Remember what we learned when we broke down Hollywood, right? When we broke down Hollywood movies, and I taught y'all last night that Hollywood movies are a simulation test to see if you can catch the inversion, because in most Hollywood movies, the hero is really the villain and the villain is actually the hero. But you won't know that, because they taught you to look at the hero, who is really the villain, as the savior. Yazapov, right? So peep game. So in real life, it's the same shit. The oppressor becomes God. The victim becomes villain. And freedom is sold as sin. But once you see the inversion, you reclaim your gnosis, knowledge, and awaken the true Christos, Christ consciousness within you. Because the true Jesus is a symbol for collective consciousness. Us. Okay? Shout out to everybody that's in here, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. We're going to let it breathe for a second. Hey, get me some water. Alright, we're going to let it breathe for a second. So, you know, if y'all interested, in my book, Reclaiming Our Consciousness Part 2, link is in the bio. You feel me? We putting the divine feminine back on her pedestal. Right? We putting the divine feminine back on her pedestal. Because we are the sons of God. But the true God is genderless. Sophia, the divine feminine, leads you to the monad. The monad is the source of all. The monad is pure consciousness. The monad is when divine feminine and divine masculine comes together equally yoked and becomes whole again. You get the monad, Christ consciousness. But you can only reach Christ consciousness through Sophia, the divine feminine wisdom. This is why they demonize the woman. This is why psyops is turned up higher on women. And if our ladies don't start recognizing the psyops, they're going to keep playing in their game. And I know that that's a touchy subject, but it's real. You can't think that you are the only people in the community who hasn't been psyoped, because you have. You are the one who's been heavily psyoped the most because of what you represent. You are the healing of nations. You are the divine feminine wisdom when you are high vibrating. This is why they try so hard to turn you into a Jezebel. This is why our ladies went from Jill Scott, let's take a long walk in the park, to motherfucking Sexy Red twerking on the cars and stop signs and shit. When the woman rise, the men rise. Because we are the children of Sophia. When mama rise, children rise. Then the men can be put back on their pedestal as the protectors. They got the men out the way so they can get to the woman and the kids. Women rise, kids rise, the man jumps back to the head of the house and becomes the protector again. They don't want you to know that the key is the women healing. Because once the women heal in our communities, the community heals. The woman's voice carries a little bit more than the men. If women say enough of this trash ass music, enough of thug ass niggas being the standard, enough of this shit, I guarantee you everything stops. I guarantee you everything stops. Enough of this shit. Enough of the BBLs. Enough of destroying your body. You are made in God's image and you are altering the image like the European. When you cover up your crown, your hair, when you put these fake ass lashes on, when you cover your beautiful face with makeup because you believe in society standards of beauty, you are altering the image of God. God come in many faces and phenotypes and skin complexions. You gotta love yourself. Because loving yourself is the beginning of loving inner gnosis. And if you're not gonna love yourself, the world ain't gonna love you. I'm being real. Take the weave off. Take the wigs off. Fuck that shit. That shit ain't no protecting. The fuck you protecting your melanated hair from? You come from the sun. What you protecting your hair from the sun for? You come from the source. That's like me taking my antenna off my car talking about I'm protecting my radio. Nah, I'm being for real. Somebody gotta say it whether you like it or not. That's like me taking the antenna off my car, talking about I'm protecting my radio. That's what it sounds like when you say I'm wearing a wig and a weave as a protectant. Protecting for what? That shit pulling out your sides. Take that shit off and let it breathe. If you're growing a plant and you cover the plant up, is that plant still gonna grow? If you take a beautiful rose and you plant it in a garden and you cover it up, will that rose continue to grow or will it wither and die? Let me know, because we are the reflection of nature. Are we not the reflection of nature? Man, love yourself. Man, love yourself, man. Fuck these archons. These niggas ain't got no power. We the influencers. We set the standard. Have y'all not paid attention? We set the standard. Look at everybody in the world. Everybody in the world want to be a black American, even though they don't want to admit it. Everybody trying to get locks now. You got Japanese and Asian people doing reverse blowout kits to get locks and shit. Shout out to our people over there, because the Asians is closely related to us, so I ain't got no problem with them. But shout out to them, though. You feel me? They tuning back in. Right? Everybody cripping, everybody blooding, everybody drill rapping, everybody getting grills, everybody wearing our tracksuit jogger style type shit. Everybody trying to sound like us, use slang, use ebonics. Understand your power of influence. You can change the world's culture standards. But you gotta vibrate high though. Because right now, our lower self is influencing the world. Our lower self. Because again, these archons can't create. They can only manipulate, copy, imitate. The only way they can create is through us. So this is why they brainwashed us, because we are the main divine tool to bring manifestation into this matrix. They created a term called race, but we played the game to make it real. They created this matrix called 9 to 5s and fiat currencies. Because we're playing the game, we manifest it. You understand how it go? And the same with the music. The music is the highest source of magic. And we don't understand that power that comes from our culture of hoodoo. Because all of our music is hoodoo, not voodoo. Not voodoo. Our culture is hoodoo. And our music is hoodoo music. Now, for those who don't know what hoodoo is very Gnostic in nature. Hoodoo deals with nature-based stuff, herbs. And hoodoo specifically was created by our ancestors to protect your soul and spirit, to free a captured soul or spirit, or to trap a soul or spirit. They took your spirituality, reverse engineered it, and trapped our souls and spirit. This is why they created the movie Roots. This is why that movie Roots is called Roots. They ain't call that movie Roots because it's some ancestral shit. They called it Roots because that movie was a spell. This is why they called it Roots. They could have called that slave movie any fucking thing. They could have called it 1619. They could have called that motherfucker the first Amistad. They could have called it anything. The Kunta. Nah, these niggas said Roots because that's what they planted on you. Roots. And ever since that movie Roots came out, our people started thinking that we was from fucking Africa. Before Roots, we ain't never believed that we came from Africa. After Roots, all of a sudden niggas is wearing dashikis and kufi hats and shit. And calling grandmama a liar. I could never call my grandmama a liar. Not the lady that nursed me to health when I was sick. Y'all silly as hell. My grandma could say we came from dolphins, and I'm believing that shit. Hey, you really believe grandma said we come from dolphins? Hey, I mean, shit, I don't know, bro. I don't know what her time was like back then. We might come from dolphins, nigga. I feel like Flipper a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, bro. But the last thing I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna call her a liar, and I'm not about to run to a corporation for a DNA test. The same corporations who's doing this shit to you. This is how crazy some people sound on this app. Some of these people want to sound so woke, but you're running to the very corporation who's doing this to you, spitting in a tube, giving them the updated DNA, because your DNA changes every day, every age, and they have to keep up a data on you. Because Yazabov and the archons are not all-knowing. They're not all-knowing. This is why they have surveillance cameras. This is why they keep data. This is why they do all this and run tests, because they're not all-knowing. They are false gods. So they created a fancy little way. Oh, yeah, spit in a tube for us. We'll tell you where the fuck you come from. It ain't even about spitting in a tube. They need to update their databases. And people playing right into their hands. The same corporations who's doing this shit to you. The same corporations. And people want to say, I'm crazy. No, I ain't crazy. I'm logical. Crazy is what y'all doing. Because a crazy person don't know they crazy. This is why they go to a psychiatrist. And the psychiatrist tell them that they crazy. And since I've completed my 10,000 hours on psyops and psychological books and stuff like that, I am here to say that these niggas is crazy. You understand me? Let's get back into this though. All right, let's get back into this, man. I hope y'all enjoying this. Hey, roll your Sophia's lettuce if you got it. Let's get back into it. All right, let's get back into it. So now let's get back into Black Americans though. And Afro-Asiatics. Ooh, because remember, right? Remember what I just read to you in that book. The original religions come from us, Afro-Asiatics. Right? Right? Yeah, you can definitely get in trouble for swimming with the dolphins. Can I say this live? I put all my lives on my YouTube. Signs are for the conscious mind. If y'all don't know my YouTube channel, Signs Are for the Conscious Mind, I put it up after we go over this. But I put all my lives on there. Like, for real. So let's keep going, though, right? Let's keep going. So diving back into what I showed y'all inside that book that you can get from archives.org, right? When they told you that all original, not modern, because modern is corrupted, right? Original religion comes from Afro-Asiatics, right? A lot of us, pretty much, since America's the real old world, right? So, original Christianity is actually a Gnostic in nature. And it comes from Afro-Asiatic roots. Not YT people. Alright? Not a colonizer. Right? A colonizer gave you the corrupted bullshit. Alright? So, before Rome touched it, right? Because we left off with Rome corrupting it, right? But before Rome touched it, what we now call Christianity was a mystery school system full of spiritual science, reincarnation, divine feminine wisdom, Sophia, astrology, sacred geometry, and alchemy. These teachings trace back to Kemet, ancient Egypt, which is in America, Osiris, Horus, Isis, which is in the Grand Canyon, and the Divine Trinity. All right? And remember what I taught y'all, Isis is a personification of Sophia. So if Isis temple is in the Grand Canyon, and I just taught y'all that Isis is Sophia, isn't that Sophia's temple in the Grand? We ain't about to go too deep because we on TikTok. You hear me? So now, the Inshuris and the Therapeutes, or the mystic healers of Egypt, Nubia, and Judea, right? Judea. Ooh, shout out to my Israelites. Because Israelites, I'll break it down in a minute. All right, Judea. Melanated Hebrews, but we ain't got to say black Hebrews, right? But we know for time. Black Hebrews, or Afro-Asiatic tribes carrying oral traditions of divine law, cosmology, and gnosis, knowledge. So yes, early Christianity, true gnosis, came from melanated people who were, right? Who were Afro-Asiatic, Hebrewic, Kemetic roots. Nubian, Egyptian mystics. All right? Nubian mystics. Black Essenists. Ethiopian mystics. and possibly even Moors, preserving inner wisdom that later got coded into European Gnosticism. This is early Christianity. So Rome didn't invent Christianity, they stole it and flipped it. Okay? That's why I told y'all go get that book called Roman's Invention of Jesus. It breaks it all down. Learn about Flavius Josephus and Piso Christ family. All right? And a lot of that. Right? So Rome didn't invent Christianity, right? Because what we just learned, archons can't create nothing. Right? What did we just read? YT people never originated nothing. This is why they always founded something, right? Oh, this library was founded in 1873. Oh, this school was founded in... They always find shit, right? That's why they said founded. Not founded as they created some shit, but they found this motherfucker, right? So that's why they always found shit. They never originated nothing. So the archons in Rome didn't create Christianity. The mystics did. The druids. The shaman. The priest. Let me burn this Sophia's lettuce real quick. Roll it if you got it. Y'all know how we get down. Sophia's lettuce is in the air. Right? So now they flipped it. Right? They flipped it. So by the time Constantine and the Council of Nicaea, right? And the Council of Nicaea is one of many councils. Okay? They are one of many councils, but they are the last council. Right? I'm going to leave that gem for y'all to go research. There's 3 councils. Council of Nicaea is the last one. Right? But by the time Constantine and the Council of Nicaea of 325 AD, they erased reincarnation. They took out the divine feminine. They flipped the sun goddesses into sun gods. Right? Became very patriarchal. And they took away personal gnosis. Right? Personal knowledge. Okay? Personal knowledge. All right. Appreciate that, Dream. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Right? So they fused it with pagan sun god worship. Right? They whitened the Messiah, Serapis, Jesus hybrid. They criminalized African spirituality and mysticism after that. Right? They criminalized that. So when you read that Afro-Asiatic people created original religion, it's right in line with the Gnostic message that Gnostics were the last flame carriers of this wisdom before Roman Empire out that fire, right? Before they out that fire, right? So now we about to get into what I was telling y'all with the white and black Germanic people of corruption. All right, y'all with me so far? Mic check 1 2 1 2. I don't want to lose nobody on this journey. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. If y'all enjoying the live, this your first time, hit that follow button so you can be notified every time I go live, every time I drop a video. All right, hit that link in the bio. Grab one of my ebooks, Reclaiming Our Consciousness, Part 2 and Part 1. All right, appreciate all the support, all the love. Thank y'all for the gifts. Appreciate y'all for tuning in, taking time out y'all day. So now, breaking down white and black so-called Germanics and corruption, right? So many Germanic tribes, right? Anglo-Saxons, Goths, Franks, and Visigoths, right? Many Germanic tribes like the Goths, Franks, Visigoths, and Anglo-Saxons, they were originally dark-skinned. All right? We're not talking about YT people, right? YT, come on, bro. Y'all already know what it is. I ain't got to tell y'all, we ain't talking about YT people right now. They are a recent mutation, right? So they were originally dark-skinned Indo-European peoples. Yes, some sources refer to black Celts or even black Vikings in early times. Okay? All right. They were dark-skinned, right? Swarthy. As history moved, the lighter branches of these groups, right? The YT ones, right? As history moved, the lighter branches of these groups became tools of the Vatican. Right, the Holy Roman Empire, the Teutonic Knights, the Teutonic Knights. Who else? The Teutonic Knights, the Jesuits, and the Inquisitions. Okay, they began enforcing the revised Christianity, the one based on obedience, sin, guilt, and worship of a false god, Yahzabah. Right, so it was the Germans and Germanic tribes, right, little hat people, right? And all of those folks, right? The dirty Moors, right? You know, now you can say dirty Moors. All right. I don't know if y'all still in here who was saying it, but now y'all can say dirty Moors because these are dirty Moors. Right? Dirty Moors often hide as Inquisitions, Jesuits, the Teutonic Knights, and etc. But these are dark-skinned Indo-Europeans of Germany. Right? The Franks, the Goths, the Visigoths, the Anglos, the Saxons, the Jutes. Right? These are your dirty Moors. Okay? All right. I can't believe people still don't get that the original colonies were melanated, cause you know everybody is heavily brainwashed by race and whitewash history. Even a lot of our people can't believe that. They got our people stuck in an oppression spell. 222, we all in here synchronized. For real, they got our people stuck in an oppression spell. I got people on Facebook and Instagram thread right now arguing with me about being a slave. I literally told them, I said, shit, my people weren't no slaves, so I ain't got no slave story. Boy, everybody jumped down my throat. You don't know your history. We all was slaves. And I was like, nah, we all wasn't slaves. If you do your genealogy, the free colors was a thing. I don't know what the fuck y'all be thinking. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you do your census records and genealogy, there's a column that said free colors. My people free colors. We all wasn't slaves. If slavery even existed, only 90,000 slaves came over here. Most of them were Sephardics and Moors, and most of them went to Brazil. Most of them went to Brazil. Only 3% came to North America. This is why when you do your genealogy, most of us don't find Africans, Moors, or Sephardics. Only some of us. Most of people gonna find Irish, Scottish, 100% Indian, maybe mixed with different tribes. You'll find that before you'll find an African and a slave. When you do your genealogy, I promise you. I promise you. 40% of us got Irish ancestors. 25% got Scottish. But those are melanated Irish and Scots, though. Those aren't YT people. White is a status. White is a status, not an ethnicity. Or skin complexion even. All right, so peep game. Peep game. They hit South America, the Caribbean first. Yeah, Brazil. You know, and a lot of the West Indies. All right. So peep game, peep game, peep game, peep game. Peep game. Right? What's happening, Philly? I ain't see you come in. Peace. So, yes, early Christianity equals black or melanated original gnosis. Right? So when we break everything down with the book I showed you and everything, yes, early original ancient Christianity is original gnosis. It comes from us, right? Before they corrupted it, right? You're not imagining it, right? Mystical Christianity equals a Gnostic. A Gnosticism equals Afro-Asiatic rooted. This is why you are naturally an Gnostic. Don't believe me? What's the first thing you start doing when you woke up? Nah, for real. Anybody can write in the comments. When you first woke up from being a sheep on some spiritual stuff, what's the first thing you did? You got you some sage, didn't you? Got you some incense, right? Start grounding. Start looking at, you know, more healthier ways to eat. You know, you start talking about raising your vibrations and stuff, right? You start getting stones, rubies, you know, obsidians, emerald, quartz. You know what I'm saying? You start getting your stones on, right? Getting your meditation, getting your Gnosticism on, right? And you know what's crazy? Is that all of that is inside of the hoodoo traditions. So when you woke up, you started practicing your shit all over again because you always knew it. They just made you scared of it, but you removed the fear once you woke up. So you are naturally an Gnostic. You are naturally an Gnostic. This is one reason why when you was going to church as a kid, it didn't kind of feel right. right? It felt familiar. You know, the music, the chants, the screams, the high vibrations, it felt, but something was off a little bit or a lot of it. But we're going to get into that though. Sit around. I'm going to break it down, right? So now, you said hoodoo is in danger. Hoodoo is endangered. Hoodoo is not in danger. We do hoodoo every day. We just don't know we're doing it. What's that in day? For real. We do hoodoo. Oh, you said no? Okay. You said it's in danger. What's in danger? Sage? The sage ain't in danger. Oh, it's endangered in your state. Oh, shit. Damn. Hey, you can buy sage seeds and grow your own sage. You do know that, right? You can buy some seeds and grow your own sage. It don't even take that long to grow either. The seeds probably like $1 or $2 for real. And you can grow like a shitload of sage. But let's get back into it real quick though, right? So a Gnosticism equals Afro-Asiatic rooted, right? You are naturally an agnostic, right? The original mystics are so-called, black indigenous soul science, right? The original mystics are black indigenous soul scientists, right? Priests, shamans, right? It's cool, right? Rome hijacked it, whitewashing, inverting, control. Okay? They inverted it. They hijacked it. They whitewashed it. So now we're about to tap back into this Black American thing, right? Because, I teased y'all a little bit and I left off with it. So, again, how do Black Americans fit in this? No ego. No center of attention. Just genuine information. All right. So just keep it real though, right? Black Americans are the descendants of the original spiritual scientists. Oh yeah, I'm coming in like that, right? Yeah, I'm coming in just like that. Let me slap my coffee real quick. Right? Oh yeah, I'm coming in just like that. Black Americans are the descendants of the original spiritual scientists. A lot of us come from shamans, not chiefs. I know everybody want to be a chief in the Indian community, but a lot of us come from shamans, not chiefs. But anyways, Black Americans are descendants of the original spiritual scientists, the carriers of the old mysteries. What's happening, DC? We are the carriers of the old mysteries. That disconnection you feel from modern religion, right? A lot of people's like, this is why I felt disconnected. Like, oh, okay. Hold on, this Sophia, let us smack it real quick. Hold on. All right. Right. So that disconnection you feel from modern religion, that deep inner side eye at church doctrines, right? Hold on. That's that Sophia. Hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Hold on. Yup, that's that Sophia kicking. Oh, man. Real indigenously, you feel me? Come on, stop playing with it. All right. That's that Sophia. All right. It's that Sophia. Right? So that disconnection you feel from modern religion, that deep inner side eye at church doctrine, that sense that something got lost or hidden, that's not rebellion. That's your memory. That's your Gnostic memory kicking in, right? When you was growing up in church, a lot of us grew up in church, every Sunday with grandmama going to church, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays. Sometimes you be a visitor at another church. Oh yeah, man, my granddaddy was a pastor. Yeah, we went to church like that, right? So I definitely get the feeling. I knew the feeling, right? I felt like, nah, bro, this ain't it, right? I'm too young to explain it, but it's a feeling like, nah, something it ain't hitting. I got baptized and everything. I just didn't feel it. I don't know, bro. Was something supposed to happen? Like, not just being fucked up, but I'm being real. All right. So, peep game. So, you're feeling, right? That feeling that you got growing up in the church, right? That feeling that you got growing up in the church. That feeling was the echoes of Gnosis, right? Because most of us who felt that feeling ended up waking up as adults, or at least being curious later on in years. This is why a lot of y'all is in here right now, right? It's the reason why a lot of y'all in here right now, because we was those children who was like, I don't know, man. Right? I don't know. Okay. Peak game. I never got the tongues. Yeah, it's just, yeah. As my mom would say, it made my dad worse when he got baptized. Man, look. And you know, after I baptized, I started gangbanging. Look, I ain't even gonna cap to you. After I got baptized, I started gangbanging. I started hanging out in the streets and shit. I started doing, look, nah, for real. Nigga probably got possessed. Nah, for real. That church, if church is being ran by archons and Yalzabaoth, then that baptism is not what you think it is, right? Because baptism is supposed to be getting rid of your old life and starting anew. But most people who get baptized, stories like I got, right? So I believe that since it's archon controlled, it was a way to open you up to certain frequencies and vibrations. And for real. Because remember, it's all a ritual, right? We're no matter if you modern Christian, you old or new Muslim, or you are a spiritual being or whatever, we're all doing rituals. We're all casting spells. When you open your mouth and speak, you are casting spells, right? There's no way around it. It's not bad, right? Because I know a lot of us woke up and was like, oh shit, the English language is spells. We're casting spells, curses. If you're casting curses, then you can cast the opposite of a curse. So don't be scared because words is spells. Understand words is spells, vibrations, and frequencies. Stop casting curses and cursing yourself and others and start speaking life. This is how you flip the gnosis. This is how you start waking up to your divine truth and knowledge. If they got us inverted, then invert it back to get your power, right? So that feeling was the echoes of Gnosis, Gnostics. Black Americans are descendants, right? Because all of us don't have the same ancestry, but that American Indian is what ties us to this land, all right? So Black Americans are literally the descendants of Afro-Asiatic mystics. Some of us is Kemet priestess. Very few of us is West African Garuts. Some of us is Black Hebrews, Sephardics, right? Some of us are Black indigenous Americans. Some of our people are Moors and Ethiopians who walk with sacred science, right? And I know because I grew up with a lot of dudes who say they was Black Americans, but these niggas be looking Ethiopian a little bit. I'm like, you sure you ain't got a little Ethiopian in you? But remember, the Ethiopians and the Somalians, they come from America too. They was one of the first branches of the Afro-Asiatics to leave America. And then they went across the Bering Strait into Asia. And then they start making other little cultures through Asia. Then they start going through, continuing. And then they drop down, right? They cross the Middle East. Then they drop down into East Africa, which is now known as Ethiopia and Somaliland. And this is where they at. But when you understand their language and their spiritual practices, right? It all ties back to over here, right? And when you understand Mongolian spots, right? When I talk about Mongolian spots, for those who don't know, Mongolian spots is that green or blue spot that us and our kids is born with, which is on the hind parts of our butts, our backs, our arms. Some people got on their faces, woo woo. But the thing about these Mongolian spots is that Black Americans are the carriers of it. It comes from us. So when we understand that, you can use Mongolian spots to track migration as well too, because everybody don't have it, only Afro-Asiatics. But this dominant hereditary gene comes from us. So outside of us, who else have this? And how do you think they got it if it comes from us, right? So outside of us, it goes to China. China has Mongolian spots to 80 to 90%. Japan has it to 80 to 90%. Southeast Asians have it 80 to 90%, right on, Pacific Islands and all that, right? The Hindus have it at 40 to 50. The Iranians have it to 30 to 40. All right. The Middle Easterns have it to 30 to 40. The Somalians and the Ethiopians have it to 75 and 80. The North Africans, which is the Asiatic, Afro-Asiatic region, they have this Mongolian spots from 75 to 80, right? But again, this Mongolian spot come from us, though. It is a hereditary dominant gene. And the crazy thing is, not all West Africans have this. The only West African region that has the Mongolian spots at 80% is what we call today Nigeria. Before Nigeria, it was part of Mauritania before colonization, for those who don't know, right? So, most other West Africans don't carry this Mongolian spot. That's why when we talk about Mongolian spots, a lot of West Africans be like, what the fuck is you talking about? And all that other shit, because they don't carry this. But they say we come from them, but they don't have a dominant hereditary gene. And they call it Mongolian spots, which is, it means it's Asian or Asiatic in origin, which tells that we are Asiatic in origins. That's why you look Asian, because America's the real Asia. There's two things. You got Asia Minor and you got Asia Major. Asia Minor is what's over there, right? Your China, Japan, Hindu, and all that. All that is called Asia Minor. So if all of that is over there called Asia Minor, then where is Asia Major? That would be right here in America. And we are the Asiatics. The American Aborigines left America, went to Asia, and birthed the Asiatics. This is why you have the Shi dynasty, the Shang dynasty, and this is why you have all these other dynasties, and they also have pyramids and shit too. So peep gang. And they have the dragon, their Nagas, and so on and so forth. But we ain't gonna go too far into that, man. Shout out to everybody that's in here. I don't want to overtalk y'all. What's happening? Play no games. Peace, peace. A lot of us can be mistaken for Ethiopian. For real, a lot of us can be mistaken for Ethiopian. So now, but Black Americans are descendants of all these mystics and priests, Black indigenous Americans, Moors and Ethiopians and Afro-Asiatic mystics and Kemetic priests and all, we come from this, right? We come from this, right? We walk with sacred science. We are already had direct connection to the divine through dream work, nature, astrology, sound, and rhythm. Listen, we already have a direct connection to the divine through dream work, nature, astrology, sound, and rhythm. Vibrations 3, 6, 9, 4, 32. This is the reason why they inverted you to a lower vibration, right? Shout out to everybody that's in here, right? Just keep going, though. I'm telling you. Hey, I break all this down inside my book. It gets even deeper in the book. So now, others come from plant medicine. Hold on, I think I went too far. Hold on. Okay, now, there we go. Right? Mystics in plant medicine, right? Plant medicine. So we don't need a middleman. And this is what modern religion wants you to think, that you need a middleman, right? You need a middleman to talk to yourself. Because think about it and understand it agnostically. We are the universe and the universe is us. The monad is us. We are the monad. We are animations of the monad, the divine spark, pure consciousness broken down that needs to unify, right? So you don't need no middleman to talk to yourself. That's what they want you to think. They want you to go to your pastors. They want you
to sit in a creepy booth and talk to this weird priest and confess to him, and he tell you to give me 10 Hail Marys and slap your back or some crazy shit like that, and you go do it. Like, come on, bro. You got priests in Africa stepping on people. This shit's wild, man. This modern religion shit is wild. All of this shit is of Yazaboff and archons. You don't need no middleman. You ain't got to pay no tithes. The source don't need no money. The source don't need fiat currency. I ain't never heard Sophia come to me and ask me for 5. I'm being for real. Sophia ain't never tell me that she need $5. You don't need tithes for what? You need tithes for what? For a blessing? Blessings cost now? Niggas charging for water, fruit, and blessings. Boy, look. This is, boy, Matrix. Drinking the blood, eating the body, and paying for blessings. That don't sound like a cult. If that don't sound like a cult, drinking the blood, eating the body, and paying for blessings. You pull up in the 1992 Honda on hubcaps, and your pastor pulling up in the latest Charger, the newest Jag. Like, damn, what the fuck pastor get that from? He got that shit from y'all. What you talking about? How the pastor get that? He got it from y'all. Y'all bought that. If we can come together and buy Pastor Jaguar, why can't we come together and buy us some land and get out this matrix? The only time we seem to come together is when we giving our power away to a motherfucker. But anytime we talk about retaining our power for us, shit get crazy. That's that spell. That's that fluoride. That's that red 40, that yellow 5. That's that parasite inside. But you don't need no middleman. You don't even need a book to tell us that we divine. You already felt it. Tell me I'm lying. If I'm lying, I cut the live off right now. Ever since you was a kid, you felt, I ain't gonna say you knew it was divine, but you knew you was different. You knew that you didn't fit with society. I knew I ain't fit with society and public and man, look. Everybody buying J's, I'm buying Air Maxes. Feel me? Everybody going to a Kevin Gates concert, I'm going to a library. Everybody watching that low vibrational Tyler Perry, I'm watching anime. Everybody watching basketball, I'm on the court hooping for real. So I do different things than people. I don't talk about the weather. I haven't watched the NBA in over 15 years. I haven't watched the NFL in over 11 years. So I can't tell you shit about basketball or football. I don't know who's on what team. I don't know who winning what. I don't know who won what. I don't care. Ain't got shit to do with me. It's all rigged anyway. Okay? Anything dealing with entertainment is scripted. Right? I'd rather hoop in real life. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of shit that I'm just different. I'm different. I knew I was different. I couldn't explain it. I mean, you want to say divine, cool. But I just knew that this matrix of a society, I don't fit in. I don't like it. I would never like it. I can get a job that pay me $1 million an hour. I'm still not gonna like the job because I'm working for somebody else. This ain't my shit. Any day this nigga can fire me. Yeah, I got $1 million, but this nigga fire me and shit, then what? You know, like, I don't really like that feeling that my goddamn destiny inside somebody else's hand. You understand me? So I ain't never really rocked with society like that. You know? So in real life, when I cut this live off, I am quiet. In real life, I don't talk to nobody. People feel like I'm rude. Some people are intimidated or whatever the case may be. I'm just quiet, bro. I don't talk to people. I don't like small talk. It's irritating. I don't care about the weather. Don't care about LeBron. Don't care about P. Diddy. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about a lot of this superficial shit. Don't give a fuck about what Trump doing. Don't care about what the Iran. I don't care about nothing. All that shit is bullshit. All that shit is bullshit to keep you distracted from some real shit. I don't get into all that. I don't. I don't get into politics. I've never voted a day in my life. Why vote? These niggas is all related. They all cousins. That's like you and your cousin running for president, and you telling somebody to pick a vote. But both of y'all go back to grandmama's house, which is the corporation and the government together, and eat dinner. What the fuck, bro? Y'all vote. People is voting for cousins, family members, because they all related. I don't know if y'all do that or not, but all presidents are related. Yeah, I don't know if y'all knew that, but all presidents are related. We already been in a dictatorship. Everybody's scared of Trump talking about dictatorship. We already been in a dictatorship. What are you talking about? America's been handed down from family to family to family, but they all part of the same family. Your vote ain't never counted. They just want to see how many people still woke and still sleep. That's all this shit is about. Again, they don't care about no money. They don't really care about resources, land, and all that type of shit. They don't care about race. They don't care about classism. We talking about Yazabov and Archons. These niggas do this shit because they love the game. They love the sport of this shit. Right? They just love doing this shit. They don't care about that. Because none of that material shit really matters for real. It's the illusion that we create that makes it matter. Listen to the words. It doesn't matter, right? Atoms, quantum physics, matter. It doesn't matter. But because of the illusion in your belief, you make it matter. All right? Don't let it go over your head. Don't let it go over your head now. All right? So, you don't even need a book to tell you that you're divine. You always felt that shit. Excuse my language. Parlez-vous français? Forgive my French. But you already felt that. You were the walking gospel. When they ripped us from our lands, they also tried to rip us from Sophia, the divine feminine, the monad, the true source within. Reincarnation and soul contracts and herbal knowledge and soul is what they tried to rip us from. All right? That's what they tried to rip us from. Right? The food wisdom, the language of symbols, vibrations and numbers, and the sacred oral traditions passed through rhythm and call and response and metaphors. That's what you get in rap music and just music in general. They gave us a God of fear, not love. Right? This is how you can tell what God is in the Bible if you're having a hard time to tell, because real God, a real source, don't need to scare you into loving him. If you don't love me, you'll go to hell. That ain't no God. You can't love unconditionally in fear at the same time. One is a high vibration, one is a low vibration. So when this God of the Bible tried to put the fear in you, you should already know that this was a low vibrating deity. And as a father, me to love me, you know what I'm saying? You can just love me unconditionally. You ain't gotta be scared. P game. So, a Messiah of submission, not awakening. They gave you a heaven in the sky instead of a kingdom within. Right? What's saying that, OG Tribe? Peace, peace. Right? They gave you a God of fear, not love. A Messiah of submission, slavery, not awakening, freedom, liberation. A heaven in the sky instead of a kingdom within. Because as within, so without. Okay? So the disconnect you feel all your life when it came to religion, because they wanted to make you into an atheist, right? I also want to let y'all know that too. The whole purpose of why they created religion like this is to make you into a atheist, right? They want you to not believe in anything, right? So this is the reason why they wrote it this way, because most of our people stop believing in anything. Man, fucking God ain't real, bro. You know, if God was real, Then why in the fuck he let, y'all run into people like that all the time. You feel me? So they wanted to make you into an atheist at the end of the day, right? They don't want you to believe in anything. They want you to be shallow and programmable, right? So that disconnect you felt all your life growing up in a church, in religion, or whatever, that was your divine memory fighting the lie. Every time you went to church and the pastor told you that you'll go to hell for not doing such and such, and your subconscious start like, hold on, bro, that shit don't even sound right. That was your memory fighting the lie, right? When they told you, Adam and Eve talked to the snake, and the snake gave the apple, you start like, hold on, bro, what the fuck? Hold on, nigga. Hold on. For one, in the beginning of y'all just said, let us make man in our image, and then you turn around talking about there's only one God. Like, hold on, bro. Hold on. That shit don't even make sense. Who the fuck is us in our, who is he talking to? Who is this unknown state? Why are they naked? Why you had to take a rib from a nigga to make a woman when you could have just used the same clay that you used the man from? Like, hold on, bro. It's too much shit going on. That was your memory fighting the lie. For real. And I know all y'all did that because as Black Americans, we are connected spiritually, vibrationally, in frequency. This is why when Black Americans, even if we don't know each other, we get out in public, some crazy shit happen. We all look at each other and we can talk to each other without even moving a word. Like, hey, you seen that shit? Yeah, I seen that shit. I'll make sure you seen that shit, right? We already know what that vibe is, right? So we can talk to each other telepathically. We just never knew how to tap in fully. But we got that as well, too. So we are connected, whether people know it or not. All right? When one cry, we all cry together. That's how it is. All right? When one happy, we all happy together, right? Because we move as a unit. All right? So, yeah, man, peep game. Peep game. Them boys had you. Man, look. So now, the disconnect you feel was your divine memory fighting the lie. You feel disconnected from modern religion because it's not yours. Simple as that. You felt disconnected from modern, not ancient, not a Gnostic, not original. You felt disconnected from modern religion because it's not yours. Because when you woke up, you became an Gnostic again, right? You got your sage, you got your frankincense, you got your stones, you got your meditation, y'all doing yoga, etc., right? So when you woke up from modern religion, you went back into ancient gnosis. All right? Peep game. You always knew it. So, we feel disconnected from modern religion because it's not ours. It's a weaponized remix of our ancient gnosis. The Attican, Constantine, colonizers, they took our sacred science and removed the feminine, demonized our practices, hoodoo, astrology, drumming, replaced our messiah with Serapis, Yazabov, and told you to obey and ignore your inner gnosis. That's what they did. Okay? That's why religion never felt right. That's why religion never felt right. Hold on, bro. Hold on. So the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost? Yeah. Hold on. The Father's a man. The Son is a man. The Holy Ghost is who? Is a man too. Hold on, nigga. What? Okay. Hold on. How's the man and the man making the... Hold on. They're all the same people. What? Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm still trying to dissect this. The Father, the Son, the Holy... They all the same? So God is Jesus. Jesus is God and they are the Holy... Hold on. So you telling me God impregnated Mary to give birth to himself. Jesus prays to God, who is him, for the salvation of people. And he sacrificed himself, who is God, to God, which is him again. Hold on, what? That's because it never felt right, because it never made sense. Because they took the woman out of it, right? Because if you put the woman in and you get the Father, the woman, get the Son, that makes sense. Okay, divine masculine, Father, divine feminine, mother, children, or son, or daughter, or child, It's the manifestation of divine feminine, divine masculine coming together to create one. This is why it takes half of your chromosomes and half of her chromosomes to create one. It's always about divine feminine, divine masculine coming back to be one. Dare I say 50-50? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I don't want to trigger nobody. Oh, no. Dare I say 50-50 equals 100? It take half of your chromosomes, 50, half of your chromosomes, 50, to create a whole. I don't know what math y'all went to that told you 100 plus 100 equals 100. I don't know what math that is. I don't know what, y'all doing some Chinese math. Y'all doing some Chinese math. 100 plus 100 equals 100. What the fuck? What y'all multiplying? What kind of math you doing? 50 plus 50 equal 100 every time. Right? That's with everything, because it's balance. When you talk about equal, balance, equal, two halves coming together, becoming whole, equally yoked. Divine feminine, half. Divine masculine, half. Creating one whole consciousness. Monad, the one. It's not rocket science, it's basic math. It's okay. So don't feel triggered because you, 50-50. Society wants you to do that. There's no such thing as gender roles. There's no such thing as gender roles. Anybody that live by themselves, no, it ain't no such thing as gender roles. Whether you got a man or a woman in your house, you got to cook, clean, take out the trash, mop the floors, pay the bills. You got to do all that shit. Why? Because that is what adults do. Now, when you get in a relationship, y'all split responsibilities. And that's economically literate for y'all to split responsibilities, because now you got more to save. But, financial literacy is not something that's taught inside of our communities either, right? Because a marriage is more than just love. Marriage is the beginning of an economic system. And if you don't know about the system, you're going to fall by the wayside every time. So two halves make a whole. So religion never felt right. We don't connect with the whitewashed images of the prophets. I don't know about y'all, but I knew that YT man was not my God. Even though they tried to show me, I was like, nah, that ain't him. They was like, he is Jesus. Nah, that ain't him, bro. No, I'm telling you, this is him. No. I am made in the image of my creator. Why he ain't dark skinned? Why does the color matter? If the color don't matter, why y'all made him white in the first place? Nah, real talk. If the color don't matter, why y'all made him white in the first place? Because y'all knew that he was dark skinned. But when we start asking why he ain't dark skinned, then all of a sudden color don't matter. If it didn't matter, then you should have left him dark skinned. Why you changed him in the first place if it didn't matter? Because it did matter. Because imagery is powerful. If words is spells and pictures says 1,000 words, that means a picture can be 1,000 spells. So imagery is very important. Right? All right. So don't let these people play on your top. Don't let these people play on your top, right? So you didn't feel connected with the whitewashed images of the prophets. We question hell, sin, and eternal punishment. Because I sure question hell, because a lot of that shit didn't make sense either, right? So we question hell, sin, and eternal punishment. We felt something is missing, because it is. We feel it in our bones that we're being lied to. It's because we are. And you felt it ever since you was a child. You just didn't know how to express yourself, right? You just didn't know how to express yourself. So again, Black Americans, right? Black Americans are the Gnostic remnant. Listen, Black Americans are the Gnostic remnant. We are the descendants of those who knew the stars by heart, built pyramids aligned with Sirius, carried the Sophia's lattice codes, understood the balance of masculine and feminine energies, and passed down truth and rhythm and stories and sound. And we didn't forget. We were just interrupted. That's it. We were just interrupted. We ain't forget. You always knew. It always starts as a feeling, right? It starts as a feeling. So now, what do we do now? We remember. We continue to remember. We continue to unleash the divine soul. This is why they made you stop creating. Nah, real talk. This is why they made you stop inventing and stop creating shit. We haven't invented nothing in fucking generations. Why? Because everything we invent, everything we touch becomes divine. Everything becomes divine when we touch it. Right? So now we remember. What's happening, D? So now we remember. The awakening is real, y'all. We are in the age of Aquarius. The awakening is real, whether you know it or not. The awakening is happening. Those with ears will hear, those with eyes will see, and those with the divine spark will spark. Okay? There's no need to wrestle with people with the truth. Those who get it, get it. Those who don't cast your pearls to the swine. Right? The veil is thin right now, and it's going to keep getting thin. The Gnostic truth is rising again through us. All right? Okay? The Gnostic truth is rising again through us. You are not disconnected from God like you think you are. You're disconnected from the false God they gave you. The real one, the monad, he always lived inside you. It always lived inside you. How can you be omnipresent? By living inside of my descendants. And because I live inside my descendants, I am omnipresent. I am my children who carry the divine spark. I am the trees, the birds, the nature, the wind, the oceans, the waters, the breath, the wisdom, the consciousness. I am the great I am. And I have always been here. Peep game. You got to start remembering. We got to start remembering. You got to have belief and you got to have faith the size of a mustard seed. And we got to unite on the same accord, meaning frequency. All right? So we can go ahead and bring the Christ consciousness, what they scared of. Right? So, no ego involved. Just straight information in books and putting it all together from my research. All right. So this entire awakening age that we are in, it is surrounded and centered around you, Black Americans, because you are the divine spark. You are the lost tribe. You are the code carriers. Your soul are the memory keepers. This is why they keep you off that fluoride, that red 40, that yellow 5. You feel me? That processed food, that canned shit. Yeah. It's why you get that Alzheimer's, that dementia when you get old. Right. Because you can't be the soul keepers if you ain't got no memory, right? Peace. What's happening, Mother Nurture? Peace. Glad you can join us, right? Hope all is well on your end. So why Black Americans, though? Right? Why Black Americans? If anybody's ever asking, I ain't really asking, but why Black Americans, though? Because we, us, are the last living line of those who held gnosis in their bones, spoke Ebonic tongues rooted in layered codes, Moorish, Indigenous, Hebrew, and Irish. Remember we learned about Ebonics, right? And we use rhythm in the wordplay. We have the power of inversion. She said, right? We got the power of inversion. This is why I was teaching y'all the language the way I was teaching y'all to show y'all we got the power of inversion, right? We can see a dope ass car. And in some cultures, we be like, damn, that bit ugly. But when we say ugly, we mean, man, that bit fly. Or some cultures be like, man, that bit wet than a motherfucker. And somebody be like, what? Wet? It rain? It's dry. Like, man, wet. You know, that motherfucker shining. There, you know, you feel me? Man, that bit nasty, nigga. But that shit means something good. Right? We have the power of inversion. We have the power of transmutation. We just got to learn how to tap in the right way and use it for the right causes. Because right now, they're using our power of transmutation and inversion for low vibrational things, right? They took our divine music and created drill music and Jezebel music from it. They took our divine movie makings and now motherfuckers are slaves and shit and angry melanated women and right. So they took our gifts, our God-given talents, and they turned it against us and made it. They took our strengths and made it our weaknesses. All right? They took our gifts and used it against us. All right? But Pete Gang, though, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Because it only gets deeper from here. Right? We knew how to move energy through vibrations. Right? You know that. You already knew that. We know how to move energy through vibrations, through dance, prayer, drums, songs, poetry, movies, right? We know how to move energy through vibrations. Peep game, I'm telling you your power. And your power been active for a long time. You just ain't know it's been active. We were seeded across America with ancient soul memory, not by chance, but by divine, right? The reason why a lot of us is spread it out because we all have a mission to reach our people because, you know, you cover more ground when you spread it out, right? So that's just why we are spread it out because we can cover more ground, right? So we are seeded across America with ancient soul memory, not by chance, but by divine design. You're not just a people, you're the battery of awakening. Right? Y'all with me? I don't want to lose nobody. Y'all good? Anybody got any questions? Right? You are the battery of awakening. How y'all feeling? What's happening? That sleepwalking? Peace, peace. You say you need the book. The link in the bio. I got the link in the bio. I just want to make sure y'all good. I don't want to lose nobody on this journey. Right? So now, right? So now, what is the divine spark that we keep talking about, right? What is this divine spark? In a Gnostic text, the divine spark, right? The divine spark, the trap piece of the monad, true God inside you, the light that the Demiurge, Yazaboth, is trying to bury, right? That he is trying to bury. Flipping the page. Under illusion, right? This divine spark, this trap piece of soul, energy, consciousness, this monad, the true God inside you, right? The light that the Demiurge Yazaboth tried to bury under illusions. That part of the soul that remembers the truth where the world forgets. Black Americans equals the people who couldn't be reprogrammed fully. And if you look around, you can tell that we couldn't be programmed fully. Because here we are, still waking up. They can't put us to sleep for nothing. We always rebellious. We always revolutionaries. We always skeptical. We always questioning shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't fully program us. They can program some of us. They can halfway program another group of us. But they can't seem to fully get us to obey the Archon control like a lot of other folks and countries and people. Right. Okay. So now, right, they couldn't fully program us. Right? Religions twisted stories, cultures renamed, bodies being strange fruited, right? Public imaging criminalized, and we still create, channel, inspire, resurrect, and shake the globe. They can't fully program us. They can't break us. They can't break us. They tried everything. They twisted our religion and our story and spirituality. They renamed our cultures and stripped it from our memory. They strange fruited us. Public image criminalized. We've been crucified to the globe, right? But yet instead we still create. We still channel. We still inspire. We still resurrect. And we still shake the globe. Bro, if that ain't the monad, the source, I don't know what is. Well, man, hey, you are so much more than a slave. Look, you are so much more than a slave. You so much more than a slave, man. Fuck that slave story. That shit was a spell. That's why they called it roots. Again, they could have called that shit anything. They could have called it 1619. They could have called it Kunta. They could have called it everything, but they called that movie Roots. Not because of no ancestral shit. It was because they was putting roots on you. All right. But through it all, we still create. We still love. We still channel. We still inspire. We still resurrect. And we still shake the globe. All right. So why demonize you? You know, because some people always be wanting to know why. All right. So why they demonize you? That's because the archons know. That's why I always been telling y'all, they know. Why? I ain't about to do it right now. But they know. Because the archons know, they knew you were the match that could light the timeline on fire. Appreciate the gifts. Thank you, Utopia. Appreciate it. Right? They knew that you was the match that can light the timeline on fire. You were the match that can reawaken the masses. You are the match that can reverse the illusion of fear. You are the match that can bring back sacred, feminine energy. Reconnect humanity to the source. We are that spark. This is why inside the etymology dictionary, under soul, definition number 2, it says, word from word, soul, definition number 2, etymology dictionary. It is an instinctive quality attribute that is felt by Black Americans. Hence why their culture resembles soul music, soul food, soul brother, soul sister, children of the soul, son. America. Ameri is French for soul. Rica is Spanish or Latin for rich. America is the land of the rich soul. And we are the Nagas. Alright? This why they can't deport you. This why they can't deport you. All this ICE and deport shit, that shit ain't got nothing to do with us. For once, something ain't got nothing to do with us. Everything is being resetted. And everybody will realize that we are the true Americans. If they haven't realized that by now. We are the children of the sun, soul. And America's the Holy Land. So, and the archons know this. Yazaboff know this. All right, they know this. All right. Peace. They know this. Shout out to everybody that's in here, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Shout out to everybody that I couldn't see come in. Right? Hopefully y'all good, y'all straight. Hope y'all loving the live, connecting some dots. So now, right? So it's a ritual, WAR, right? Everything that we going through, this whole oppression and shit, right? It is a ritual, WAR, against the light in us. It's not about the money. It's not about your land patents. It's not about your nationality. It's about your consciousness. It's about your neuromelanin. It's about your divine spark. They want it, but they can't have it. Because we have the power to create. Because we have that spark. That's why we are co-creators. The Archons and the Yazabos and all these other, they can't create. Remember, the miscegenation book I just read to y'all. These people haven't originated nothing. These are Archons. We are the real creators. All right? So, but why now, though? Right? Why now? Why now, though? Why now? Why now? That's because the veil is thinning, and it's going to continue thinning. The return of Sophia is real. Okay? The return of Sophia is real. Sophia, divine feminine wisdom. The monad is coming. Well, the monad is already here, but the rise is coming. Right? So the return of Sophia is real. The Gnostic codes are surfacing as we speak. They just not telling you. And the world is watching Black Americans dancing between forgotten and forbidden. And finally, we will remember. This is why they always stalking us. Every time one of us is on live, no matter what type of melanated content creator you are always being trolled. You always got bots. You always got NPCs everywhere we go, everywhere we walk, every time we are in the park, every time we go overseas. You are never alone because there are people watching you, right? They are all watching. While you are waiting for the sky to crack and for a savior to come, everybody's watching you because they already know this. We are the only one that don't know this. And a few other of our brothers and sisters. But everybody else knows this. That's why they always watching us. When we move, they move. Just like that. You feel me? Like real talk. Everywhere we move in history, they follow us. When we moved away from the Sephardics, when we was the Sephardics and we was moving away from the little hat people, nigga, they followed us. Nigga, they kicked us out of Europe to America and they followed us to America. We was like, nigga, y'all kicked us out. And they followed us right up. We was like, we know. We still gonna follow you though. These people hate us so much they want to integrate with us. Because remember what we just learned. Integration wasn't for us. Integration was for them. They hate us so much they want to integrate with you, right? The fuck? Pete gang. Understand the inversion that you're not seeing in your face. For real, understand the inversion that you're not seeing in your face. Agnostically. Alright, it's time to wake up. Alright? Because just like how a lot of them know this information, a lot of them know that the salvation for some of them comes through us. No ego, no self-centered is in this live. 444 likes. We all in here synchronized. You understand me? Look, a lot of them. I got old videos of certain YT people is like, man, y'all gotta wake up because we are waiting on you. Like, I still got those videos saved. Excuse me. I still got those videos saved. Like, YT people and other folks is like, bro, Black Americans, y'all gotta wake up. Y'all the only ones can save us and shit like that. Now as time continuing, you starting to feel it now. Like, we the only ones that can save people. Even the people that used to talk shit about us when ICE start coming, niggas was running to us. Y'all gonna march with us? Hold on, bro. Then you just called me a while ago, nigga. Yeah, but still though, you know, can y'all help us out? Why every time somebody have a problem, they come to us? If y'all remember the little Asian hate crime moment in history in America, they came to us. Hey, can y'all like march with us and shit, please? LG alphabet people, they got our melanated brothers and sisters who, you know, little rainbow. They needed them. Hey, y'all, hey, you know, we all rainbow. Y'all think y'all can like march with us and shit? Like, come on, bro. Why? Is that always the case? That's because a lot of them know. A lot of them know. When you got a problem, run to the Black Americans. They know, because they are the revolutionaries. of the story. So, but why now though, right? Because the veil is thinning, the return of Sophia is real, the Gnostic codes are resurfacing as we speak, they just not telling you, and the world is watching you. Dancing between forgotten, forbidden, and finally remembering. So the final word, right? The final word of all this, right? Before I, leave y'all with this, I'm going to leave y'all with this message. Okay? So the final message is, hold on, I think I overstepped it. Okay, yeah. So the final message of all of this is that the crucified Christ of the collective, right? The crucified Christ consciousness of the collective, Black Americans, they made quote unquote Jesus look like them, but the Christ energy is your skin, your rhythm, your resilience, your fire. See, they can change the image, but they can't change the attributes, right? So this is one reason why the color kind of don't matter, because we still carry the attributes. You can change what the monad, or you can create false images and have people, but one thing we do know is when we break down the attributes of source, divine feminine, divine masculine, you will get the attributes of Black Americans at their highest vibrations. And when you read the Bible, we already know that they talking about us. But the Christ energy has your skin. The Christ energy has your rhythm. The Christ energy has your resilience. And the Christ energy has your fire. We are the keepers of the flame, the divine spark, the mirror that exposes the lie, the seed of awakening that cracks the illusion. This is who Black Americans are. If you ain't never know, now you know. You ain't no slave. You ain't from West Africa. You from right here. And your grandmama told you that she from Mississippi. At least mine did. Some of y'all people probably come from Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Texas. But most of us come from the heart of Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? Right there on the deltas and the bayous, where our spirituality was created. Hoodoo was birthed in the heart of Mississippian culture. The crazy thing about it is Mississippi got a lot of energy around it. Whew. Somebody told me if you stand next to the Mississippi River, you can feel the ancestors, or you can feel this vibration comes from it, because there's so many of our ancestors at the bottom of it. I was like, bro, you telling me this story, I already feel it. You ain't even got to tell me no more, because that's how I feel with Lake Lanier. You know what I'm saying? Our ancestors never left us. The blood is in the soil. The blood is in the trees. The soul is in the waters. It's no need to be scared of your ancestors. Go talk to them. Go throw some rose petals on the waters and the rivers. Stop and talk to the tree and ask it how it's doing. Or just sit under it and chill. Continue to ground. Continue to get gnosis and knowledge. Continue to read information that feeds your brain and don't feed off of your brain. Keep doing your spiritual work and your shadow work and doing what you got to do to keep raising your vibrations. Because once we all raised and all the numbers is collected, the illusion will cease to exist. This is the age of awakening. So just continue waking up and continue waking up others. Okay? Maybe that's why they try to control us so much in Mississippi with hate and fear. Yeah. I could do a whole COINTEL program breakdown on Mississippi. Real talk. I could do a whole breakdown on Mississippi, because what happened in Mississippi was the start of what happened everywhere. When they seen it work in Mississippi, they started doing it everywhere. Because remember, Jim Crow started in Mississippi. Everything started in Mississippi, and it started bleeding out, right? The Reconstruction era, it all started in Mississippi. Choctaw County, Chickasaw County, LaFleur, a lot of the Greenwood district, Jackson, couple of places that's close by Louisiana and shit like that. I can't pronounce the names. I don't want to like butcher nobody's name and shit like that. But yeah, a lot of it started there. They had to disconnect us from our homelands, which was Mississippi. And because they disconnected us from our roots, from the home, you know, a lot of our information and knowledge started perishing away. You know, hoodoo come from Mississippi. Our music was born in Mississippi. Our culture, our identity, we are the Mississippian mound builders. You know what I'm saying? So peep gang. But we gotta all understand that. We all gotta understand it. So, because the energy there, they don't want us to know. Please break it. I can break it down. I got old books too. The crazy thing about Mississippi still got old books there that tells you about the Reconstruction era. So, damn, what's that website? I forgot that website. There's a Mississippi Online Archives that taps into y'all database in Mississippi. And there's a book that talks about the Reconstruction era and about it starting in Mississippi. But they tell you that the Reconstruction era was called the Negro Ruled, or the Negro Rule, because ironically, this story don't talk about slaves. This story talk about melanated people who own everything: land, corporations, businesses, hospitals, buses, politicians, Republicans, all of this, right? So this is a story of us actually owning everything and not being slaves. They just covered it up, and they covered it up in Mississippi Library. Yeah, I got those books too. I just got to blow the dust off of it. But I could definitely bring that out for y'all if y'all want me to break down all of that one day when we get back into the history. Should we go back to Mississippi? I mean, if you want to. If you go back to Mississippi, I would say this. If you go back to Mississippi, Mississippi Library Commissions, I think that's it. I say if you go back to Mississippi, go back with the intentions to rebuild. And that's what the South, period. If anybody talking about coming back home to the South, if you from different regions, come back with the intentions to build. Because, you know, when they say the South shall rise again, who you think that they was talking about? So if we all come back with the intentions to build what was taken from us, then a lot of stuff will be restored. But a lot of folks got to do genealogies, find your land patents. And you can buy land too. Ain't nothing wrong with buying land. It ain't necessarily got to be land patents and stuff. You know, a lot of documents was destroyed and burned. So it ain't nothing wrong with buying land. But learn the system of how to obtain the land permanently. Because they haven't, again, they can't take nothing from you, right? They can only give you the illusion and fear, right? So what our ancestors did when it came to the land is they turned a part of the land into a cemetery. So when you turn it into a cemetery that's consecrated ground, they can't touch it. So this is why in a lot of our old plantation houses that we used to live in, a few acres down the way will be a cemetery on the plot, right? So this is why a lot of our people houses still stand today, and a lot of y'all ancestors is buried right there in somebody else's backyard that they living in, occupying right now, and they being haunted. Nah, real shit. So real talk. So, but if you buy land, learn about how to turn certain parts into a cemetery and tell your kids to bury you there, because it turns it to consecrated grounds. They can't touch it. You know what I'm saying? Which, this is why they can't own nothing in America, period, because America is consecrated grounds, period. So this is why they never own nothing. They can give you the illusion of ownership because you don't know and you scared and you let them do it. But in reality, when you wake up, they don't own nothing. They don't. This is why they always leasing shit and mortgaging shit. Like, they never own nothing. All right, so peep gang. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, learn about the trust and all that too. Yep. So now, continuing on real quick, because, you know, continuing on. So, now, this is the last few parts. I appreciate y'all for tuning in with me. Y'all straight? Y'all good for another live? Hold on, let me crack the door. Are y'all good for me to keep going real quick? It ain't too much information. Y'all enjoying it? Y'all loving it? Or if it's too much, I, you know, put a pause on it. Okay, cool. Because I want us to understand something here. Because our awakening causes a ripple effect. All right? Our awakening causes a ripple effect. And we're going to get into this ripple effect here in a second. Let me get my pipe tobacco real indigenously together real quick. All right. So now, right? Oh, and I will be putting this on my YouTube, you know, Signs for the Conscious Mind. I put my YouTube up here in a second if y'all want to screenshot it or, you know, go to it and subscribe if you haven't. Because we'll start back doing lives over there here in a second. I'm about to get a new laptop, so, you know, we'll be able to start doing lives again on YouTube real soon. So now, from all my 333 on the clock, we all in here synchronized. Shout out to the ancestors, right? They speaking to us right now. We on the right path. So from all my research, I'm telling you, I'm talking about, this is like 15 plus years of research, over 1,000 books, easily over 10,000 hours of research, including the 20,000 hours of TikTok lives from the time I got started till now. Yes, we did 20,000 hours of TikTok lives. That's hella information, documents, and books and information. I shout out to everybody who been rocking with me ever since then. We really been on our journey. You feel me? So, I created a soul map. Right? I created a soul map. Right? This in the soul map is what I call, after we wake up, Black Americans, it creates a ripple effect, right? It creates a ripple effect, all right? So now, after Black Americans wake up, who feels the ripple next? This isn't about ego. This isn't about hierarchy. I want to clear that out because, you know, a lot of people ego sensitive out here in communities, right? So this isn't about ego and this isn't about hierarchy. This is about energy, frequency, memory, lineage. All right? This is what this is about. So after Black Americans wake up, who feels the ripple next? So Black Americans are like the spark plugs to a car. Okay? Can y'all see my background? Everything good? Somebody said they can't see nothing. It's probably not meant for them to see. You can see. I can, but what he cursing for, right? He already blocked. Yeah, he already blocked. He a troll. It's all good. If he can't see, it ain't meant for him to see then. It's coloreds only. This is a coloreds only live. Shit. Shit, it ain't meant for everybody. It's only meant for us with the divine spark. So this isn't about ego, right? This isn't about hierarchy. This is about energy, frequency, memory, and lineage. Black Americans are like the spark plugs in a car or anything, right? We are the spark plug. Once awakened, you activate a soul resonance that travels across the planet, right? I'm breaking down also how our influence is, right? Because our influence is tied to our soul resonance, right? Because influence is a frequency, right? So once we tap in on the high vibration with our influence, listen, we will activate a soul resonance that travels throughout the planet, throughout the planet. And you've seen this a few times in history. For an example, when the Black Panthers was created, no social media, right? No social media, no nothing, except for media news. You had Black Panthers in the Philippines. You had Black Panthers in Cuba. You had Black Panthers in Puerto Rico. You had Black Panthers in the Pacifics with the Samoans, right? Black Panthers, right? So this is what I mean by your influence, your activant of soul resonance. You've seen this plenty of times, right? Travel across the planet, vibrating ancient truth back to the surface, okay? Your influence, our influence. So now, the first people who will feel the soul resonance, of course, is our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, in the South Americas, because we are the same. All right? We are the same. So, of course, our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean and South America will feel it. All right? Why will our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean and South America feel it? The deep Gnostic soul lineage lived through Voodoo, Santeria, Canadolby, and ancestral rhythms still intact today. They carry Sophia codes masked in rituals and songs, once connected to the spark, right? Once connected to the spark, right? Once connected to the spark in Black America, they decode their own suppressed gnosis. So this is why they keep a lot of our Caribbeans and South American brothers and sisters away from us, right? Because of the connection. Peep game. It's the reason why they kept the Haitians away from us after the Haitian Revolution and the Gullah Wars, right? Because of the connection, right? Because once connected to the spark, the mainlands, they decode their own suppressed gnosis, okay? Now, let's keep it going, right? So, of course, we talked about indigenous Caribbeans and stuff. Now, let's take it a little bit deeper with more into indigenous cultures. Because, you know, we are indigenous. Some of us are mixed. It's okay. We all Nagas, right? Before we continue, we all Nagas. Because when you talk about Voodoo, Dambala is a serpent creator or a Naga. In Hoodoo, Mississippian culture, we are Nagas. Mayans, we are Nagas, right? Peep gang. So, indigenous Americas, North and Central, right? North and Central affiliate. Why? Because the mound builders, the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Hopis, the Lakotas, the real ones, right? Not these archons who's pretending, but the real ones, right? Were all cosmologists, astronomers, and sacred dream walkers. Many already carry pieces of the monad memory. When Black Americans awaken, they'll recognize us as spiritual siblings and reconnect Skywalker knowledge with spiritual soul spark science. All right. All right. Deep game. Number 3 on the list. When Black Americans wake up, who else will feel it around the world? Here y'all go. The Moors. North African Berbers specifically, right? Remember I always taught y'all about the Berbers, the Tuaregs, the Sephardics, right? Right? So they'll be number 3 who will wake up through resonance. The real ones. Not the archon shapeshifters. Okay? The real ones. A lot of them is here in America right now. So, now the Moors and the North African Berbers, right? Why? Because they once spread high science, mysticism, and divine math across Spain, West Africa, and beyond. They're the spiritual cousins of Black Americans. Excuse me? Yes, I said it. I said it. They are the spiritual cousins of Black Americans. Through the Moabite and the Hebrewic lines, Hebrew, Sephardics, Moabite, Mozabite, Berbers, A Gnostic awakening in America helps restore the pre-Islamic mystic identity. Before you became colonized and became Islamic, you was a Gnostic. That is history. What's that in GMB? That is history. But pre-Islamic Moors are mystics and Gnostics. Sephardics, Mazabites, Berbers, same people. All right. What's happening, Sister Soul? Peace, peace. So, who's number 4 on the list? Number 4 will be the melanated South Asians. Okay? Our brothers and sisters out there in the Pacifics, right? Right? Our brothers and sisters will be next to feel the resonance of the wake up. Right? The melanated South Asians. Right? The Dalits, the Tamils, that Adavis. Excuse me. What's happening, Swarthy? Why would they be next on the list? Because ancient Dravidian wisdom. Now, let's stop right there. Let me show y'all ancient Dravidians, because a lot of people know hybrid Dravidians. Let me show y'all ancient Dravidians. Okay? So this is what we talking about. When they talk about the ancient Dravidians, this is what we talking about. This is the Hindustan that they never showed you. 1800s, 1700s, right? This the Hindus that they never showed you. See, when y'all see, this is what you gotta do your own research, and you gotta understand too with your divine code. Original Dravidians are still Negroid in nature. And if y'all want, y'all can screenshot this, put it through Google. It'll take y'all to the real sources, the real pictures, to give you the background, give you, the dynasty, the Kongs, to give you their names and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? I just want to show y'all the phenotype of ancient Dravidians, original Dravidians, not the hybrids that people are used to seeing. Right? The original ones. A lot of these niggas are like Morris Day from, Purple Rain. Some of them look like Sinbad. Some of them be looking like y'all uncle and daddies and shit like that. Some of them probably look like somebody you went to school with. I'm being so for real. These are Nagas in Hindu in the Indus Valley. Right? So this is who we talking about. Right? This is who we talking about. So the melanated South Asians, the Dalits, the Tamils, the Adivasis. Okay? So why? Because ancient Dravidians, not the hybrids, but the ancient Dravidians, wisdom is rich with goddesses energy, right? Goddess energy, that Sophia energy, right? The ancient Dravidians, their culture is rich with goddess energy. Sophia, right? Kali, Duraga. Kind of sound like Durag, but Duraga, right? These are Sophia archetypes. Nah, for real, hold on, bro. If you rearrange that damn G and that A, you get Durag, my G. But anyways, though, we're going to keep going. They always hide your culture in your face. But anyways, and ironically, some of these be the people that be selling you do-rags. But anyways, though, let's keep going, though. So, because of colonization and a caste system, it erased their cosmic role. Okay? But Black American Gnosis can mirror their buried truths back to them. Right? When we wake up, we can mirror their buried truths back to them. Such as like the Negro Buddha. Right? You ever wonder why they called you this? I just showed y'all original Dravidians in Hindu, in the Indus, in what is now called India, right? You ever wonder why they called you this as a derogatory term? You know, I've always wondered, so I've researched it, and I came across books. I came across goddesses. Actually, Shiva, if I'm not mistaken, Queen Shiva's real name was Samboa, which is where you get Sambo from. Queen Shiva. And she was melanated. And I was like, damn, that's very ironic. But they don't never do nothing by chance. They always do things in code. Okay. Which could explain why sweatpants and joggers feel comfortable on you. Some of y'all uncles is barbecuing right now with his damn with his damn chest out and some sweatpants and some sandals and shit. Don't play. Some of y'all uncles be looking just like this on the grill. It's all good. It's cultural. Be hot. So understand this. Understand this. Playing in your face, right? All right, what's happening, Coco? I ain't see you come in. Appreciate that. Thank you for the galaxy, fam. Don't play. I'm Black American. I know. I know a lot of y'all uncles be on the grill like this. Them grill flip-flops, right? And they always brown, right? Right. Hey, ain't it Mother Nurture? Hey, and they always brown, right? With the damn with the chest out. Damn sweaters, man. Damn t-shirts. I play. You got a gold necklace on. Man, look. You still do your culture today, as funny as it is. Blasting music, right? We still do our culture today. This is why when we wake up, we can mirror their buried truths back to them. Okay? We can mirror their buried truths back to them because of that. All right. Number 5 on the list, right? Because we're doing a top 10, right? We're doing a top 10. So number 5 on the list, we halfway there. Who's next that will feel the resonance? So if we talking about the Tamils, the South Asians, the melanated ones, then of course the Malaysians and the Aboriginal Australians, the Australoids, the real ones, not the hybrids. I mean, the hybrids can too. I ain't gonna write them off, but you know, we talking originally right now. So, you know, the Malaysians, the Aboriginal Australians. And if y'all go look at the Aboriginal Australian footwork, it look a lot like our footwork. And there's a lot of books that says that Aboriginal Australians, Malaysians, and a lot of other Pacific Islanders, Negritos and stuff came to America a long time ago, pre-European contact. So this is why some people inside your family may look like a Negrito. Some of y'all uncles may look like an Aboriginal Tasmanian. Peep gang. Alright, peep gang. So, but why? Why will the Malaysians and the Aboriginal Australians be next? That's because these are the timekeepers, the songline walkers. They remember when the sky first fell, Sophia. Once our vibration reaches them, they start unlocking planetary memory, like guardians of the Earth's root chakra, right? So they will begin to wake up. Boom. Because once our vibration reaches them, our influence, they'll start unlocking planetary memory, like the guardians of the Earth's root chakra that they are. All right. I gotta talk about them. I know y'all don't like to hear them, but gotta talk about them. We gotta talk about them. We gotta talk about the Black Europeans. We gotta talk about them. I know. I know. But we got to. Look, we got to. We talking about reaching people, but we got to. Look, we got to. We talking about reaching people. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of divine sparks around the world, not just us in America. We are just the spark plugs to everything, to get everything going. There's a lot of our brothers and sisters who control certain aspects of this gnosis that has to wake up as well too. Oh shit. Oh man. So now the Black British, Afro-Europeans, why would they wake up? Because for one, they are heavily indoctrinated by the Crown and the Vatican systems. Ooh, we're gonna start off like that. Why? Because they have heavily been indoctrinated. I mean, they're right there. If we are indoctrinated and we are over here, they are right there. They are right there, right? Come on, man. Peak game. They are heavily indoctrinated by the Crown and Vatican systems, but many feel spiritually out of place, believe it or not. Black American gnosis can help them see through the illusions of European spiritual superiority. A lot of them still hold Moorish and African root knowledge that will begin to awaken. So don't get it twisted. There's a lot of our brothers and sisters who's over there who's spiritually awakened too. You just don't see them because of social media. They can't show you everybody who's waking up, because then you'll understand that it's not just us. This shit's global. This is why these archons is moving in overtime right now. I'm for real. These archons is moving in overtime. If you feel like everything has sped up, that's because these archons have sped everything up because of the awakening is here. And once we wake up, we are not going back to sleep this time. And they know that. This is the age of awakening. You can't put us back to sleep once we wake up. All right? All right. So just keep going. So, number 7. YT people admitted who we are. I don't know why we got to argue about our genealogy. So I don't know why we got to argue about our genealogy to people in the darkest. Yeah, that's true. That's why I stopped debating. I don't debate. I don't argue. See, I don't have nothing against people who debate, you know, because a lot of those, you know, a lot of people who still haven't encountered a lot of us, they probably encounter us for the first time through debates. So I don't really knock it for real. I only knock it when it becomes repetitive and we're arguing the same shit, right? And it doesn't go nowhere, right? That's my only problem with it. But, you know, me personally, I've been on here for 6 years. I done had many debates. I didn't debunk a lot of motherfuckers and all that. You know, my name kind of speak for itself. So me in my state, I'm not debating nobody about Negroes being original to Earth, because that's what it sounds like and that's what it looked like. It's melanated people arguing about melanated people being the original people of Earth and continents, even though that melanated people are the first people of Earth. Nigga, like that shit, I'm not about to argue that, because that's what it sounds like to me. I'm good. We'll jump back into a Gnostic and spiritual rebuilding. You like real talk. We'll jump back into the psyops and the spiritual rebuilding, because that's where I'm at right now. Because what's the point of being called Los Indios, God-like people, which is the reason why they call you Indians and Indigo children? What's the point of being God-like people if we still vibrating low and we ain't got our spirituality to get, together, which means we are godless people, because we're not challenging today's society inside of our community. We not holding people accountable for a lot of this shit. We ain't shaming people. There shouldn't be no Jezebel shit inside of our community. There should be no drill and spinning the block and backdooring your cousin inside of our community. It shouldn't be a lot of this processed foods and all of this stuff. It shouldn't be a lot of this shit. We got some other shit to worry about that will help benefit our awakening. Because what's the point of waking up in the physical if you still sleep consciously? You know what I'm saying? So you just an Indian as a vessel because you still shallow. But even our ancestors who was Indians were Gnostics, and they knew that it was deeper than just being called a name. So this is why when you research history, it didn't matter what they called our ancestors. We all unified. We went from, look man, we went from goddamn mound builders to Indians to Negro to colored to goddamn hard ER words. No, we've been reclassified so many times, but our ancestors always built something. We always created something. We always fought for our liberation. We never gave up. But as soon as they gave us roots and some other shit and processed foods, come on, man. They suppressed that warrior inside you, that conscious warrior. And our ancestors, this is why I focus on that part in history, because it didn't matter what the archons called us. It was about what we did. It was about what we reflected. It was about what we created. And it was about who and what we stood for as a people. You know what I'm saying? Labels is just labels at the end of the day. It don't matter. A person come inside my life right now and call me an African. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to probably block you if none of my moderators get you first. I don't care. You call me all the Africans you want. You can say my grandmama lying. I'm not gonna feel no type of way. For one, I don't know you niggas on this goddamn app. For two, I know a lot of y'all is bots, NPCs, and agents and trolls. For two. Number three, bitch, fuck you. You understand me? You know what I'm saying? We on some other shit over here. So I'm cool. I ain't got time for it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time for it. You know. So Peace gang, what's happening, Mem9? Peace, peace. Peace. Shout out to everybody that's in here. So now who's next to wake up after we set the spark? Right? Right. The next people is the diasporic Hebrews, or what we know now as Sephardics. Right? For those who don't know, right? For those who don't know, Hebrews are Sephardics, Sephardics are Hebrews, right? So when you talk about Hebrews, you're talking about Sephardics. When you talk about Sephardics, you're talking about Hebrews. An Israelite is not a place, it's not a people, and it's not a tribe. Well, you could say it's a tribe, but it is a divine spark. It is the soul that breaks the illusion, right? So this is why in this matrix you have false light and you have is real light, right? You got false gnosis and you got real gnosis. So when they called us Israelites, they ain't call us that, biblical and Yahshua. No, they ain't call us that. They call us that because of what we stood for in our soul. The divine spark is real light. Especially when you break down the gods. Some of y'all be like, is Isis. That's Sophia. Ra, the eye of Ra. Ra, the sun, the eye, the monad, the all-seeing. Right? Especially when you break it down. The is and the Ra create the light, the divine wisdom that's inside all of us. Right? So even when you break it down, you understand that we are them and them are us. Don't let these Israelite camps confuse you and make you feel like it's some pseudo shit. Crack open the book and read it for yourself. Right? Crack open the book, read it for yourself, put it together for your own understanding. Okay? So now, the Hebrews, why? Because already halfway awakened, right? A lot of our brothers and sisters, believe it or not, they are already halfway there. This is why I say all they got to do is put down that King James Bible and pick up a Torah. Because a lot of our Hebrew brothers, the ones who's not really part of the camp and indoctrinated, I'm talking about those free spirited Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters, right? They understand the Gnosticism. You understand me? So they are already halfway there. They just got to put the King James down and pick up the Torah, pick up the Gnostic text, pick up the, keep digging into the Apocryphs, the Gospels of Jesus, the Gospels of John, the Gospels of Thomas, the Gospels of Mary. You know what I'm saying? Get into all these Gospels, the Gospels of Moses and shit. You know what I'm saying? Keep going. Don't stop at King James. King James is the rewritten bullshit. You can't wake up with rewritten bullshit. That's like you trying to fast, right? That's like you trying to fast with a half-assed diet. Yeah, I'm going to fast, but, I'm going to go ahead and slide some Skittles in right now. You know what I'm saying? Wash it down with a little, Pepsi. I'm still fasting, though, right? That's what it looks like when you're trying to wake up with the King James Bible. That shit don't go together. Put that bitch down, pick up the Torah that was written by Sephardics for Sephardics. Okay, understand the Chaldeans, read the Year of Chaldees, understand that real lights were serpent worshippers. They was Gnostics, they was Druids, They was priests. They was shamans. This is the reason why you wear your locks. Because the locks was a symbol of priesthood. You understand me? And we were priests. Okay? Ladies was priestesses. This is why they kept their crown covered up. We on some spiritual hoodoo shit. Somebody get a string of your hair, so wrap. This is why we wrap up our heads when we go into unknown spaces. Right? When you at home, it's cool. You know, you're around certain family members that you know is cool, it's cool. But when you get around unknown spaces, you got to wrap your crown up because you never know what archon is around. All right? So, a lot of them is already halfway awakened through text and prophecy, but many still fear Sophia in reincarnation teachings. Black American Gnosis brings the missing feminine, right? Okay? We bring the missing feminine, the inner kingdom, and the freedom from fear-based doctrines. Right? Fear-based doctrines. Okay? Y'all good? Y'all straight? Y'all rocking with it? Make sure y'all good. And again, if y'all are interested in a copy of my book, Reclaiming Our Consciousness Part 2 and Part 1, if you are interested, the link is in the bio. Grab your copy. 354 pages of pure agnosticness. Pure agnostic. And I threw a book in there for y'all, The Gospel of Jesus. You know what I'm saying? So, peep game, if you are interested inside that, the link is in the bio. Grab your copy. I really do appreciate it. For those who subscribe to my page and just subscribe today, I will DM you with a promo code. So if you decide to get a copy of my book and use the promo code, and you get 20% off, right? So I appreciate all the support, all the love. All the support goes to future documentaries and travels and stuff that I'm doing, because everybody tried to tell our story and they did it wrong. So the only people who's going to tell our story right is us. So it's time for us to start telling our story and stop leaving it to other people to fuck up our story, right? So this is what we're doing, right? We are really building, really boots on the ground over here, right? So I appreciate all the love, all the support. Y'all already know what it is. High Learning Book Club. All right. So the next people on the list is the Pacific Islanders, the Polynesians, the Samoans, the Hawaiians. We already know that they are brothers and sisters and our cousins, right? Why? Because they carry the solar lunar wisdom, the oral traditions that makes the agnostic tone, God is within, not above. American media connects the Pacific Islanders to black culture already, right? Even though we know we ain't black, we already got it, right? But we are melanated beings with neuromelanin, so don't let it twist it. So the media already connects them to us already. But the next step is deeper spiritual awakening through shared vibration, right? Shared vibration. This is why they keep people away from us, because of the vibration is contagious. All right? The vibration is contagious. Next, right? You said without your locks you feel empty. Growing back. Growing back is all good. You ain't necessarily got to have locks to be a priest, but it was one of the symbols. The Bible even said God dwells within, yeah. And they said the kingdom of God is within, right? Because they still kept a lot of the truth. See, the best lies are the ones that's mixed with the truth. So they kept the truth, but they formed lies around the truth, and they hid it in allegories and metaphors, and they coded it. So the Bible will say a lot of true stuff, but they'll also say a lot of lies right behind the true stuff that contradict what they just said. Because if the kingdom of God is within, and God is within, why do a man need to sacrifice himself for me if the kingdom of God and God is within already? You don't need to sacrifice yourself. They told you that God is a jealous God. If I am the creator of all things, why will I be jealous of anything? That's like you creating a child and being jealous of your child. Even though there are parents who are jealous of their child, archon energy, right? Because false gods and archons are jealous of their seeds, right? So that gives you archon energy right there with those people. But realistically, lovingly, none of us who are real true parents is jealous of our children. Why? They come from us. Why would I be jealous? Right? So if I created everything, why would I be jealous of anything? Peep game, right? Peep game. Start asking yourself that. Right? So now, yes, number 9 on the list. Who will wake up after Black Americans wake up, right? Yes. I know. But this goes into what I've always taught you as well, too. Yes, the spiritual YT Europeans will wake up. Hold on, Los. Nah, you hold on. Because there's a lot of so-called YT people that actually come from us. There's a lot of YT people that have old blood. There's a lot of YT people that got melanated grandparents and shit. Like, don't get it confused. Don't think surface level. Think spiritually. There's a lot of them that have rhythm, right? You got your John B's. You got your Justin Timberlakes. You got your Paul Walls. You got White Mike that grew up in the hood with you right down the block. His whole family cool and shit. You know what I'm saying? We talking about those with rhythm. And we know there is a group of YT people that have this soul. So yes, not act like it. But they will be the next ones to wake up. Because the spiritual YT Europeans, such as the Irish, the Basques, the Norse mystics, why? Before whiteness was weaponized, these groups had ancient cosmologies, druids, right? Runes, seers. Some carry memory fragments of Sophia and soul journeying, but they were cut off through the church. You'll awaken the true seekers, not supremacists, right? When you wake up, you will wake up truth seekers, not supremacists. And this is how you can tell the YT people who have kind of pure intentions. Because when you drop your information, they don't turn into YT supremacists. They turn in truth seekers. They're like, tell me more. Oh, I never heard that. Oh, it's a book? Oh, I'm downloading the book right now. And they come back into the live and be like, man, look, trust me, I got plenty of them. Trust me. You know what I'm saying? I don't see skin complexion. I see soul. There's only 2 type of people in the world that I see, good and bad, real and fake. I don't see skin. I don't believe in race fully. I don't. There's only good and bad, real, fake. And real and fake come in all skin complexions. And I've met them in all skin complexions. You know what I'm saying? So the ones that don't turn into supremacists and they become truth seekers, the ones who, hey, tell me more. You got a book? Oh, let me read this. And they keep coming back for more and more. And then they start waking up. Those are the ones that you reach. Okay? Those are the ones you reach. The truth will wake up truth seekers, not supremacists. But those with ancient soul contracts to help heal the inversions. Because a lot of them also have soul contracts. Their ancestors made deals with our deities in Sophia, in the monad, to help the inversion. To heal the inversion, right? Help heal the inversion. So a lot of them got soul contracts that they gotta carry out as well too, which clears their family karmic retribution. So peep game, don't ever think that we are by ourselves. There's a lot of people behind the veil that's helping us. Because a lot of this information didn't just flood out into our laps by chance. Somebody uploaded it to archives.org. Somebody uploaded the CIA documents. Some people did this type of stuff. There's people on the other end that you don't know, that you don't see. Right? But they can only tell you so much and they can only lead you so far. Everybody's still waiting on us at the end of the day. Okay? Now. Alright? Now, for right now, before we wrap it up right now, because I got to let my phone charge up. And we'll probably be back on later on tonight. So now, the last people that will wake up is the mystics of the East. Which is the Tibetan, the Taoist, the Vedics. Why? Because they've guarded sacred metaphysical knowledge, reincarnation, and inner path truths for thousands of years. And they know this. But even they got disconnected from Africa's root role in planetary awakening. Because a lot of them come from Africa. All right? So when the black spark right? The black spark, quote unquote, reactivates, they'll realign their teachings with the mother source, right? They'll realign their teaching with the mother source. Okay? So, they'll realign their teachings with the mother source. So even the Taoists know this. It's written in their scrolls. So the bottom line, right? We read all of that. Now, what's the bottom line of knowing this soul map? Right? The bottom line. Black Americans are the agnostic pulse of the planet. Once we wake up, we awaken the rhythm and we awaken the rhythm of memory. We restore the divine feminine. We break the matrix frequency, and we help the world remember what God actually is. Not a man in the clouds living, but a living monad within every soul. This is why it's important and it's imperative for us to wake up fully. Right? So, reclaiming our consciousness part two. Reawakening the divine feminine wisdom, Sophia, through gnosis, through knowledge. So, hope y'all enjoyed the live. For those who's new to the page, this is what we call Kush and Coffee in the morning. Roll it if you got it. High Learning Book Club. You know, I appreciate those who subscribe to the page and being a part of the High Learning Book Club. You know what I'm saying? I got that promo code for y'all once I end the live. For those who are subscribed to the page, check y'all inbox because I already sent y'all the promo code if y'all want to use it. You feel me? Yeah, we do this every morning. Sometimes we do it at night as well too. But most times you can catch me in the morning. Yeah. So with that being said, I ain't really got too much left. For those who kind of missed it, came in late, y'all know I'll put it on YouTube after TikTok process it and everything like that. Any announcements? Yes, I got Kush and Coffee in the morning t-shirts on the way, as y'all probably seen by my stories. I'll let y'all know when that's here. I'm also gonna have mugs. I try to put them on my TikTok shop where y'all can, shop with me directly with the mugs and shirts, and I ship them out personally. Yeah, and just tap into the books. Reclaiming Our Consciousness 1, Reclaiming Our Consciousness 2, Eclipses in America Part 1. Eclipses just means the unveiling in America. It's more of a history type of book. Reclaiming Our Consciousness is more of a Gnostic in spirituality, right? So I appreciate everybody who grabbed a copy. I can't see right now because I'm on live, so I appreciate those who grabbed a copy during the live. I appreciate those who will grab a copy after the live, or sometime this week. Like I said, I appreciate all the support, all the likes, the love, the gifts. Y'all the real MVPs. If it wasn't for y'all, there would be no me or no platform, right? So with all of that being said, y'all go and enjoy the rest of y'all day. I'll probably see y'all in these TikTok streets, or I might be binge watching some anime, catching up on the anime that y'all told me about. So with that being said, enjoy the rest of y'all day. Peace. Vibrate high. Peace, prosperity, and abundance.